Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I did that under my main shot. I usually start like this, up close, so you can see me like this, and then say hello, bonjour, bienvenue. Anyway, I hit this one preemptively. Anyway, welcome. Just started and already I got a raid from my left eye. Welcome, Pawn Jumpers. So I decided to start just a couple minutes early, even though Mobius UK is just saying, oh, you said we have 5 minutes, so I can go make my cup of tea. Of course it's tea. Yeah, welcome. So far in the sandbox, we have 56 Nick Rich, Mobius, Dairy Benny, Peasants Revolt, Andrew Carter, Big Vicar, Vicky Lee, Real John, Bobby, Flow Snake, Yuri, Atticus Among Us, welcome. We have a big day of news ahead of us because it's been a busy week. Here in Canada on this side of the pond. But I'm not starting really on this side of the pond. I'm going to be doing a few updates on what's happening over in Gaza and the West Bank. Nothing good. And again, just some Canadian, how some Canadian ties in with that and whatnot. But thank you so much, my left eye, for doing a raid here right off the get-go. Super appreciate all the support that I've been getting from your side of the pond. It's been very nice. Like I said, I appreciate it. Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of my show. Well, not so much my show, my channel. My show has morphed a lot over those 5 years. And I only started doing live streams a bit over a year ago, I believe. I think I've only been at it for like September of last year. So this is still new-ish to me, doing these live streams. And still finding my groove. Also on Friday, I did my Halloween live stream. And if you want to see me dressed up as a sexy vampire, you can go check it out. I might have been wearing something a little bit more revealing than this. Also, just to pre-warn people, my computer is breathing heavy, which it makes sense if you could hear it, which is just kind of an indication that it's struggling because I have a bazillion tabs open. So if I momentarily crash, just hang on. I'll be back as soon as I can. Which also means that as we go along, I'll be closing the tabs, so hopefully I don't have to go and refer back to them at any point. Oh, yeah, it's been an interesting go. Hello, Mozart. Yes, a mod would be nice, but so far I think everyone here are cool people. We have cool people in the sandbox so far. 56 Nick Rich. Baseball is over. What sports matter now? I don't know. Not really into the sports thing. Hello, Marty. Just checking. Yeah, so I have some updates on some stories that I've been following. So the 3 big updates, other than Gaza, Palestine and stuff, which is something I continuously update on, but stories from last week that I'll be updating is Bill 60 here in Ontario, Canada, where the Premier, Doug Ford, was trying to remove all rent controls. So for people like me who rely on disability payments, I would have ended up homeless. So there's some updates on that bill. The terror is relaxed for now. He will try again, but we'll get into that. There's also that stupid ad that Doug Ford posted that cost us $75 million. And the fallout from that, and Mark Carney doing the very typical Canadian thing of saying, sorry. I have issues with that. Also, there's a teacher strike happening in Alberta right now. So there's some updates on that with Danielle Smith using the notwithstanding clause to force them back to work. Yeah, I don't know if you over on the other side of the pond have anything like a notwithstanding clause. It's basically a nuke option for Parliament to be like, okay, we get that we want to pass legislation that will, violate your charter rights, but we want to do it anyway. So this button here that I'm pushing, this button, gives me the opportunity to just override your rights, just like that. Okay, that. Yeah, it's Section 33 in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms here in Canada, and it's really stupid. And that means it's above the courts. So even if the Supreme Courts and all that sort rule one way, this notwithstanding clause is above that. So there's no way to challenge it. None. It's in place for 5 years unless they decide to remove it sooner than that. And then at the end of 5 years, it can be renewed or not. Of course, I don't think the teacher strike would be going on for 5 years. Well, it definitely isn't now. But that's the thing. It was never designed or meant to be used to force people back to work and violate their rights for like collective bargaining and things of that sort, which is a protected right here in Canada. But the Liberals and Conservatives love to find workarounds. Anyway, I'm already getting so ranty about this. So let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Flow Snake, as long as the computer isn't vaping, hopefully it'll be okay. It's not vaping. It's just I have 1,000 tabs open right now. Okay, it's not 1,000, maybe drop 1 0. It wouldn't surprise me if I have 100 tabs open, and that is not an exaggeration. Actually, it's most definitely more than 100 between Firefox and Google Chrome. It is absolutely more than 100 tabs I have open right now. And so my computer kind of struggles with that. But for people who were tuning in yesterday, I like I said, I did my call-in show, and I just wanted to let people know that there was something I was stressing about, and that one of those issues have been resolved. So I could sleep a little bit better last night, but I'm still very, very concerned about my cat Frodo and the mass on his neck that is getting bigger. And he was in for blood work last week to see if he's healthy enough to get surgery because he's an 18-year-old cat with kidney issues. So sedating him could not be great. Boku. Sandy, that's a huge draw on RAM. What, having over 100 tabs open? Do you think Okay, I don't know much about computers. I do know that, which is why I'll be closing all the tabs as I go along to make it so my computer isn't like breathing so heavy at me. But yeah, so the one of the issues that I was really, really stressing about yesterday has been resolved. It's all good. Let's see what people are saying. JK on a downer. I spent the day in the bed. When I turned on my left eye, I caught Zara speaking. It picked me up to see that lefty is not joining the sheep bad-mouthing your party. I haven't been, I do try to pay a little bit of attention to what's going on over there, and I haven't, the thing is I haven't heard much about your party since apparently there was a little bit of infighting going on, but the thing that's kind of taken over my notifications, my Twitter feed at least, is the rise of the Green Party, and your party just seems to have been left in the wind. But I don't know much more about it. You know, I wish all leftist parties success. Let's see. But I do hope you are feeling better, JK. Let's see. 56 Nickridge, I'm so grateful for being Canadian that doesn't have to worry about healthcare or old age security. Our American neighbors are totally fucked. Yeah, we do have to worry about it, just not in the same way as the United States, of course. They have it much worse. But with a lot of things up here in Canada, we are safer relative than to United States, but we are not safe. You know, the governments, both liberals and conservatives, are doing their best to, you know, make it so that our old age security and healthcare isn't all that great. Peace Revolt. I usually have about 5 tabs open on my laptop at all times. Yeah. Well, you see, part of the problem is I've been working on a TYT essay, The Young Turks, for those of you on the other side of the pond who don't know of them. I used to be a contributor to Rebel HQ, which is an offshoot of The Young Turks. And let's just say I've had things to say about them since I've left. Especially with Anna going on her transphobic rants and whatnot. So I've been working on an essay about them turning, and it's been one hell of a project. It's going to be a year in the making, and so I still have open a whole bunch of tabs relating to that as I'm working through the script. And, you know, I have ADHD, so it's hard for me to focus on things at any given time. And I did this wild thing. Okay, you need to try this if you haven't. It's mind-boggling how well it works. I set my alarm for the morning to actually wake up. And so I started actually like, oh, why don't I wake up at like 9 a.m.? Part of the problem is I'm a night person, and so it's easy for me to just go to bed at like 1 or 2 at night. So I started setting my alarm, and then I was more productive. It's wild how that works. And I had started working on my TYT essay and doing some good work on it. Some steady work, let's put it that way. I have been working on it on and off for the past year. But then I started doing steady work on it. I'm like, not a problem. I'm going to get this done. And then Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And so I put that on the side burner. Because I did an essay about Charlie Kirk, which you can go check out on my channel. Charlie's No Angel is what I called it. I think it's a smashing title. And so that kind of diverted my attention. And after that, I just kind of need to unwind. So I've been working on a drawing. The puppy. Oh, isn't she cute? It's still about 4 hours at a minimum before it's done. Still got a fair bit of work to do on it. So I'm just trying to relax. And then once this drawing is done, it's going to be full focus on getting that TYT essay done so that I can close all the Google Chrome tabs I have open for it. You know, just get them closed, get them out of the way, not have to worry about it, not have to worry about that essay. And then I can start focusing more on live streams here, clipping them, making short video essays and all that sort of stuff. Hello, Jet. Mobius UK, I've been using the Brave browser. I find it less prone to crashing, also has a built-in ad blocker. I'm starting to lean more and more towards using them. Like right now, I've switched over a lot of my stuff that I can anyway to Firefox from Google Chrome. But some things, you know, it's tied into your Gmail and all that sort of stuff. So kind of have to keep Google Chrome around no matter how much you might want to move away from them. Because let's just say there's a certain add-on that I really like that makes YouTube so much easier to use for reasons that Google Chrome no longer allowed us to use that Firefox does. So it makes YouTube usable. But I would never suggest, as a content creator on YouTube, I would never suggest these sorts of add-ons for people. Nope, never. Just nope. Let's see what people are saying. Yeah, I started a bit earlier than I was telling everyone last night because I knew this was going to be a long live stream. Let's see. Atticus Among Us, nice back shading. Well, it's going to look even better when I'm done. All the back shading that I'm doing. Let's see. Jet, I hope he ends up okay. We love Frodo, yeah. I might go and get him just so people, you know, because I asked for money recently to help with my car bill and my cat, and I just want to let people know, like, actually see what's going on with him. Boku, 100 is way too many. I know! You don't have to tell me these things. Make an Excel spreadsheet with links. Well, what I do is as I'm working through the script, I just copy and paste them into the Word document. I just haven't gotten around to doing that yet, and I most likely will. Just so that I can get them all closed, because I also just have a lot of anxiety. It's like, what happens if they all disappear? And half of the ones that I had open, I've now closed because they're either worked into the script or I realized I didn't need them, but they're still a good 2, 3, 4, 50 open. But it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it when you see the TYT essay, because my brain works in funny ways. Like, if you've seen the Charlie Kirk video, if not, please go check it out. I put a lot of work into it. It's great. There's about 40 clips I used in it, reference clips, and about 80 images. And you can see like how complex it is, how the dots are connected, how I'm able to, oh, I remember this, and I can put them together and that makes sense in this contents, and do all this, like, you know, that thing where you see in the background of people where they have that picture in the middle and then all the yarn that goes around to all the other things to show the connections. Well, my brain does that. With like, oh, I remember seeing this video then, and I remember this, and this connects here, and that does this, and this, and my brain is constantly a big ball of yarn when it comes to that sort of thing. So, you know, you can look at the Charlie Kirk video and be like, wow, okay, I get it, why it would take so long. So with the TYT video, I have a playlist, so I don't have to have a bazillion tabs open, of the videos I'm using for reference. There's about 150 on the playlist. I'll be making that playlist public once the video has been published, so that people can go and double check my references to make sure that, no, I am not taking anything out of context. And I would and I do in the video, I will be challenging anyone to prove that I misused a clip in any way. Because, you know, I want people to be like, no, you can go and check to see I did not take these out of context. And the thing is so there's about 150 videos. Some of those videos have been clipped more than once, like different sections have been clipped. And that's just the videos on YouTube. That doesn't include all the clipping I did from like Twitter and other video sources. Just to give you an idea of the monster project this is. But yeah, they have fallen off a cliff, Andrew Carter. Let's see. Flow Snake, Anna, Cryptosparian was on Novara a while back. I posted what are Anna's pronouns sarcastically, and some Muppet accused me of being a purity spiral. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I'm a snake. It's a coil, not a spiral. Duh. Oh, and I also want to thank. I'm thinking then it might be a pawn jumper that has done this for me. I don't know. I don't know if it's just one person, but I have like a membership fairy godmother or a membership secret admirer, I guess you could say. Because in 1 week, somebody has gotten me a membership to My Left Eye, Left Turn, No Justice, Kevin Logan, and just to throw things in and make it spicy, Boston Brian. So thank you to whomever is doing that, because I'm thinking it's the same person just because it happened in 1 week. But thank you. But it could be like 5 different people who did it. So then thank you to all 5 of you. Wonder who that was. But I also understand why people might want to be anonymous with that sort of thing, because I would be. Let's see. You see, Yori, you put a little laughing face at something I said, but by the time I get down to it, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. So I'm just going to assume that everything I've been saying is just absolutely hilarious. Let's see. Calibrating and having 7 answers for every question, making them listen to any? I have no idea what that's in reference to. Mobius is saying, no, it was me that gifted the My Left Eye membership to Left of the Box. Why, thank you. Super appreciate it. It's nice being part of communities. Okay, just making sure that I'm not missing anything before I get into the first, as is the normal kind of layout of my live streams, my news live streams. I usually start with like Palestine-Gaza issues and then move on to other things. So, you know, we're being all nice and bantery right now. We're going to get into some fucking dark news. Why, thank you, Mobius, for the for the membership. Super appreciate it. You've given a gift membership. Diamond weight loss. Are you AI? Am I AI? Do I look like AI? I have 4 fingers, 1 thumb on one hand, and the same number on the other hand. And my fingers are capable of doing this. So. Jet, did you just gift yourself LOL? Yep. You see, that's the thing, is that it's very random in the YouTube. When you just do it like that, it gives it out randomly. And let's just say it's not the first time I've seen that happen. Hello, Carrie. Yeah, I'm not a fan of actually having to use Google and all these other corporations' peasant revolts. It's just, we're forced to participate in the systems that are keeping us down, especially when you live with poverty. 56 Nick Ridge. That was the wildest membership gifting I've ever seen to oneself. Give the gift of chat. Yeah. No, I've seen that happen before. So it's Mobius isn't the first one I've seen that happen to. Vicky Klee, Mozart has been the mod here for quite some time. Wouldn't say that they were one of the originals. Diamond's weight loss. I look like angry AI? Well, I guess if you're going by Canadian stereotypes, my smiley face might come across as angry. This is Canadian angry. Anyway, I should probably actually like, get into the news of the day because I do have a lot to cover, and yeah. And I appreciate the pond jumpers coming over, but when I end at 11 p.m. Eastern, I know most of you have already gone to bed. Andrew Carter, I've definitely seen angrier too. I'm played angry as any typical Canadian. Let's see. The reference frame. I am Canadian hungry right now. You need a poutine? I do this thing. It takes forever, but I can do this thing so I can look very professional and sophisticated. And you heard the doo-doo because you knew I have done something sneaky. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Maybe change that slightly. There we go. Took a while, but thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 Canadian for kitty treats again. Super appreciate it. And Frodo gets treats every morning. Pretty much because he likes them and he wakes me up in the morning by meow, 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 you know, smearing his face all over me to wake me up so that he can get a little pile of kitty treats because he needs to gain weight. And if he eats treats, I'm going to give him those so that he will eat anything, pretty much anything. But thank you so much. Super appreciate it. See, I'm looking all like cool with this, isn't it? It looks cool. It's a process. It's not something I can just and have it pop up on screen, unfortunately. And then I'll update everyone on some of the stuff that I was talking about yesterday and remind people, if you are living with poverty right now, there is the option of getting one of these drawings, a pet or a loved one. Well, a human or a pet loved one. Well, you don't even have to love them. I don't know why you would want one that you don't love. At cost. They're available at cost for people living with poverty. So far, 6 are available. 6 at-cost portraits are available. Just email me at sandylovis@gmail.com and we can talk about it further. But the at-cost means it's the cost of getting it professionally scanned, a print for myself, and shipping. So it's entirely possible that one of you pond jumpers can get it, but I don't even want to think about what the cost of shipping across the pond is. So just keep that in mind. And I would be a nervous wreck. I would just be a nervous wreck that something would happen to it the entire time. But please contact me because I know some people, you might feel a little shy about doing it or like you don't deserve it, but you do. Everyone deserves fantastic art. So please do email if you're in that position that you, and I'm not going to means test anyone. I don't do that. Anyway, I should probably get to it so I can actually start closing some of these tabs before my computer like really gets mad at me. Okay, so, yeah, there was this thing called a ceasefire called from, Israel bombing the hell out of Gaza. A ceasefire really just means that Israel stops. And the thing about that is they haven't stopped. The hostages were released. Gaza released the hostages, and everyone was saying, well, all they had to do was release the hostages, and then Israel would stop what it's doing. They slowed down, but they haven't stopped. And some of the excuses are, well, not all the hostages were, like some of the bodies of the hostages haven't been returned. And that's because they're buried under rubble. And the thing about that is there's no heavy equipment allowed in Gaza. Like, who doesn't allow that? Like, what's the issue there? What is preventing that from, oh, right, it's Israel preventing that. So they can't retrieve those bodies. And yeah, everyone was like, yay, ceasefire. But I didn't believe it. You know, I would hope that it happens, but I didn't have faith Israel, who is currently committing a genocide, would just stop. Because there's only one of two ways Israel will actually stop, and that is they've completed what they've set out to do, or the other nations force them to stop. And right now, the other nations are not forcing them to stop. So they're going to continue until they've completed what they've set out to do. So this is from Gaza Notification. Since the ceasefire came into effect on October 10th, Israel has violated the ceasefire agreement 125 times, resulting in, it's over this now, it's over 100, and hundreds of injuries among Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip. So they're saying resulting in 94 killed. But last I heard it was over 100, and that was a few days ago, so it's probably a lot more than that. Not to mention the aid still isn't getting in the way that it should be. People are still starving to death. People are not getting the medications that they need. There's no attempt at rebuilding the rubble there. Like, it's just, Gaza has been wiped off the planet. Like, it's gone. There's no infrastructure there. It is just a big pile of rubble right now. And it's going to take generations to rebuild, if they were even allowed to. But, you know, Israel, the United States, these Western settler nations, they have other ideas in mind. And so Owen Jones also on about this. Imagine Hamas ordered powerful strikes in Israel. Would the Western media call this a new test for the ceasefire? No, they would say Hamas has ended the ceasefire, which would be correct. Reality constantly turned on its head to support Israel, and he's quote tweeting LBC News that's saying, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he has ordered the army to immediately carry out powerful strikes in Gaza in a new test of the U.S. Brokered ceasefire. How is that testing the ceasefire? I'm missing the logic on that one. Those words don't make sense, because if you order strikes into a ceasefire, that is firing during the cease, which would mean that there is no longer a ceasefire. That's the whole idea of a ceasefire, is the cessation of strikes. So logic would then dictate there is no ceasefire right now, which I suspected. And thank you, Peasant Revolt, for becoming a feldspar. Yes, you can become a feldspar, granite, or quartz member of the SandBox. Those are all elements of sand, by the way. That's why I came up with those names. And to find out what you can get by becoming a member, there's a video currently pinned to the top of my YouTube page that explains it all. Oh, I better close these. It's getting really mad at me. So more from Owen Jones. Imagine Hamas had just bombed Israel and killed over 100 Israelis overnight. What would the headlines be? What would the Western politicians be saying? Yet Israel does another massacre in Gaza, and we're told the ceasefire is tested. And so he does a lot of writing, and I'm just going to toss this one into the SandBox. He does a great job, no doubt about it, but he's a bit long-winded. I say that, but I'm just as bad. I am absolutely horrible when it comes to writing myself, so I get it. But his article, it's long. but all of his writing is definitely worth a read. Okay, so it's not terribly long, but yeah. Some of these are super long. When Donald Trump announced his so-called peace deal, the cheerleaders of 2 years of genocidal depravity sang a new tune. Why aren't you celebrating? They asked of those of us who oppose Israel's genocide. When it was announced, I wrote, the traumatized, starved, bereaved survivors of Gaza need the bombing and siege to end. No one should trust Trump and Netanyahu with the future of Gaza, but my goodness, do these people need to breathe again? We were desperate for the people of Gaza to have at least some respite. But we were not, in fact, stupid. For a start, we knew exactly how Israel had previously interpreted ceasefire. We also spent 2 years listening to an avalanche of genocidal statements from Israeli leaders and officials who made it clear that their goal was a Gaza with no living Palestinians remaining. And yeah, I had zero faith that Israel would actually follow through with the ceasefire. And why would I suspect things like that? Because there's people like Ben-Gvir who are absolute monsters. Like, and I've seen it from all of the, there's the people who are experts on genocide and stuff, and they say, one of the hardest things to actually prove, like at the Hague, at the International Court and stuff like that, is the intent. That's the hardest thing to prove because you need the intent of committing genocide. You need to have that intent there for it to really be ruled as a genocide. And they're saying like, so we've never had any such situation where the one side has been just bragging about their intent, blasting it out there for everyone to see. They're not being shy about it. They're being bold. It's in 4K all over the internet that yes, they are doing this. This is the intent. The intent is an absolute genocide. There's no shadow of a doubt here. They've been saying it from pretty much day one. And if anybody, for the people who were paying attention from before October 7th, we already knew that was the process of what was happening with the open air prison and the apartheid and all that sort of stuff. That's the settler colonial handbook there. So they're just like, the experts are like, you can't deny this anymore. Like the officials, the Israeli officials have been saying it out loud. And so this person here, Andrew, is just pointing out this man is a psychopath and would be in jail in any vaguely sane democracy. Instead, he is proudly fascist minister in Israel's government and one of the most racist human beings that there has ever been. I grew up in apartheid South Africa. This is what the West is supporting. And so I'm not going to play the video because it's not in English. But Double Down News is saying, bound and tortured Palestinian hostages, Israel's National Security Minister Ben-Gvir. Do you see them? This is how they are now. But one thing remains to be done, and that is to execute them. This is what the US, UK, and Europe support. And I don't even want to show because there are people bound face down in the ground. And my impression from this statement, if it was accurately translated, and I have no reason to doubt it wasn't, those people on the ground have been executed. They're dead. They're dead. So, it's disturbing, and it's just Ben-Gvir in particular has been an absolute monster. Like just the fever in him, of the genocidal fever in him. I don't understand how one human can contain so much ugliness and hatred and racism. I don't understand how that is humanly possible. But, it's there. It's in 4K. This isn't the first time he has said disgusting statements like this, but to be standing above the people saying, yeah, they've been tortured and stuff, and now all we have to do is kill them. It's horrible, horrible. But Here in Canada, the Muslim lawyer was just posting about a CBC expose about the role in financing the occupation. So this is more about the West Bank. So while the world watches Gaza burn, a quieter horror unfolds daily in the occupied West Bank. Night raids burned olive groves, families driven from their homes. CBC's The Fifth Estate has now pulled back the curtain on something even darker: how Canadian charitable dollars are helping fund this violence. It's actually quite shocking CBC has done this. The Fifth Estate is, an investigative program that we have here in Canada, and they've been quite biased in their coverage. There's no doubt about it. And it's actually, I haven't watched the documentary yet. I do plan on watching it. I'm going to be providing the YouTube link for everyone so that you can go watch it. And I am curious, do they actually say this is apartheid? Do they actually say what is happening in the West Bank? The clip that they show below is actually pretty good. I can't show the clip, like I'll show this part of the clip. But I can't show it because the Fifth Estate probably would do the whole copyright thing, like, you're stealing our content or something. And so this is just somebody from the West Bank, a Palestinian from the West Bank, talking about his experiences there. And he goes into quite a lot of detail. The Israeli lawyer that has harassed him and all this sort of stuff actually shows up at one point, keeps his distance, but he's very nervously saying, like, that's the guy. That's the guy I was just talking about. That's the lawyer right there. And he goes into excruciating detail as to some of the things that has happened to him. He takes the investigator on tour of a once vibrant Palestinian area that is now boarded over, stoned over. And he talks about his fear about living there and stuff. So their investigation funding the occupation traces millions in tax-deductible donations from Canadian charities to Israeli groups that arm settlers, support soldiers, and entrench apartheid. But the evidence is undeniable. Tax-subsidized charity money is fueling land theft, settler terrorism, and the erasure of Palestinian life. Organizations mentioned in the documentary include, I do not know how to say that, Canada, JNF Canada, Canada Zionist Cultural Association, Friends of the IDF. That one in particular, issues. For those who know, back December a couple years ago, there was an Indigo bookstore targeted because the CEO of that particular store was donating to things like Friends of the IDF. Not because they were Jewish, but because they were sending money to these organizations. Harbon Fund, this one, the latter accepts donations from Canadians and voices from the other one. Interesting to note, former Israeli PM Olmert, quote, "In the West Bank, war crimes are committed on a daily basis. Watch and judge for yourself." And so I will give you the link, and if you believe Canadian charities shouldn't bankroll war crimes, you can call on the CRA, Canada Revenue Agency, to investigate. And they should absolutely be stripped of their charitable status. So if you're a Canuck, here's the letter and petition that you can fill out. I'd imagine you have to be a Canuck for this one. Tossing that into the SandBox. I will do this off air so that you don't see me put in my, city and zip code. On Thursday, October 16th, CBC's The Fifth Estate released Funding the Occupation. In a documentary, they traveled to the West Bank and spoke with several Palestinian families and communities who are victims of Israeli war crimes. This includes Nasser and his family and a whole bunch of other people. They also spoke of the far-right racist Israeli group that defended its destruction of Palestinian homes, the violence against Palestinians. So I imagine it's going to be a very heavy watch to watch it. And they're just saying, and note, this is not about celebrating the CBC doing the bare minimum by reporting facts and highlighting Palestinian voices. It's nice that they put that because the CBC has been doing a piss poor job of that. CBC remains deeply complicit in Israel's occupation, apartheid, and genocide, which it still fails to name. So they answered that question for me. And it can and will be held accountable for its actions, not just over the last 2 years, but for the decades before that. Rather, it is about using this momentum to hold other government institutions accountable. In this case, we continue to demand the Canadian Revenue Agency take immediate action to stop tax-subsidized funds supporting illegal activities by revoking charitable status for organizations who facilitate war crimes. Finance Minister Francois-Philippe Champagne, I totally botched that. Francois-Philippe Champagne states in the documentary, "We always make sure with the CRA that anyone who wants to qualify as a registered charity follows the rules and principles that we have in the tax code. As far as I know, these rules have been well established in Canadian law for a long time." So on and so forth. So I just tossed that in the SandBox for people to go and check out. And then I'm going to put this over here so I fill it out after the fact. So you're not seeing me, pluck in my... I don't need people knowing my postal code. Just saying. Then I can close this tab. And I'm just going to show you here. There we go. This is the documentary here. So investigating charities getting tax breaks for funding Palestinian displacement. So like I said, I can't show it on here because it's from the CBC Fifth Estate. I will most likely get a copyright strike by doing this, but it is just over 40 minutes long. It's probably going to be a very challenging thing to watch, but I do recommend that everyone watch it. So, it's the bare minimum that CBC has done. I should at least make note of it. Okay, back to the main shot. I can close that now. And then get back to regular news there. And so this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand. Oh, and just for people who, there's all these acronyms that are going around and stuff. This is the legit group. They're a good group. They're a good group. There's CIJA, I believe, in Canada. It's like the APAC here in Canada. We asked about Canadian arms ending up in Sudan via the UAE, although she says that she takes this issue extremely seriously. She has not stopped the flow of weapons. What's this? Is it shocking that this nation, here Canada, would send weapons to Israel that is currently committing a genocide? Is it all that shocking that we would then sell weapons to another nation that is doing horrific war crimes? Can't say I'm shocked by this. We know that UAE is arming the RSF paramilitaries and that Canadian armored vehicles are being used by the RSF in Al Fasir. How long is Canada going to pretend that there isn't a problem? We continue to call on Anand to suspend military exports to the UAE and investigate how Canadian weapons are fueling genocide in Sudan. That's the thing. If they get away with funding one genocide, they're going to do others. Like, it's just, they're going to sell weapons to whoever's buying. And that is, they need to be held accountable. All of the government officials, Anita Anand, Mark Carney, Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, they all need to be going to The Hague and going on trial for war crimes. Because this is absolutely unacceptable.
I just wanted to ask a bit about Sudan. We know that this is a priority area of the Gulf for you. We know the Prime Minister is talking about going to the UAE. We've got some serious concerns about Canadian arms ending up in Sudan through the UAE. Is that something that we've raised with the Emirates, or is this not something the government says is an actual credible concern right now?
Well, I'm glad that you brought up the humanitarian crisis in Sudan, because it is of grave concern to the Government of Canada, and it is for that reason that we have put forward millions of dollars in humanitarian aid.
I'm sorry, what was that question again?
I just wanted to ask a bit about Sudan. We know that this is a priority area of the Gulf for you. We know the Prime Minister is talking about going to the UAE. We've got some serious concerns about Canadian arms ending up in Sudan through the UAE. Is that something that we've raised?
So the question was about sending Canadian arms, and it's like, we understand that there's a humanitarian crisis going on in the Sudan right now, and but you're not answering the question as to why Canada is sending these arms to a state committing genocide.
Up the humanitarian crisis in Sudan because it is of grave concern to the government of Canada, and it is for that reason that
if it's such a grave concern, what's happening over there, how about you don't send weapons?
we have put forward millions of dollars in humanitarian aid, including over 20 million this year alone. In terms of our arms export control process, you know that that process is run under legislation that is world-renowned, the Arms Import and Export Permit Act. And I will say that any violation of that statute is closely monitored and enforced. We take it extremely seriously, and that is the work that I've asked my department to do.
Can I ask you about
you know, a sliver, a tiny, tiny sliver of progress here in Canada. This is from Turtle Island to Palestine, breaking Israel lobby in Canada, CIJA. Info, loses court case against the University of Windsor over the encampments. Courts once again finds that BDS is not discriminatory. So this is from CBC Light. Complaints dismissed against University of Waterloo over encampment ending agreements. The CIJ, so that's the APAC of Canada, had said the agreement violated Ontario's Discriminatory Business Practices Act. An Ontario court has reviewed and upheld the dismissal of a complaint against the University of Windsor by the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA, over the clause includes two arguments the university struck last year to end pro-Palestinian encampments on campus. The CIJA launched the legal complaint with the Minister of Public and Business Service Delivery, Procurement, and sought a review of the Superior Court when the complaint was dismissed. In the decision released Wednesday, the court upheld the dismissal. And let's scooch down here to what we like to hear. Where is it? Here we go. The initial decision by the director was found to be reasonable and the application for review dismissed. As a result, the CIJA is ordered to pay $15,000 to both the university and the minister. Good. Okay, so I will close these two tabs and then we're going to move on to other subjects. But before I do that, go and check the SandBox. Like to see people being active in there. It's good. It's good for the algorithms. Mobius, have you seen my drawing of Owen Jones? You say you like Owen Jones. He's a good egg. Have you? I don't think he's an egg, though. Have you seen my drawing of him? Calibrating. Needs an audio version of my book. What book? This book. Can talk about that later. I don't have an audio version of it yet, but I've been working on video of it, and then at some point, and then you can make that into an audio. Okay, let's go back. Okay, I think I'm back to where I kind of left off. I'm going to be missing a lot of people. Sorry if I haven't called you out. I appreciate you all being here. Peasants' Revolt Sudan needs to be talked about as well. Yeah. On it. I don't know as much about Sudan because primarily what I do on my channel is I try to find the Canadian connections. Like there are some overall overarching stories with like Israel and Gaza that I do pick up on, but I do try to focus on the Canadian angles. As that's not covered as much by the other channels, how Canada specifically participates with it. And since we're far more heavily involved with what's happening with Israel, and we have, our government is just filled to the brim with Zionists and stuff of that sort, I have more knowledge on that subject than I have with what's happening in Sudan. But when I come across things like how Canada is sending weapons to aid in the genocide that's happening over there, I absolutely will report on it. Let's see. So, and welcome, Peasants Revolt, to becoming a Feldspar. Good purchase. I think you will like it. Flow Snake, that's called breaking the ceasefire. Yeah. Theory, how are Palestinians meant to find POWs' bodies under 50,000 tons of rubble? That is, I think it's supposed to be estimated not to be cleared until 2070 odd. Yeah. It's just, Israel was never serious about a ceasefire. Mozart, it's a genocide. They've broadcasted their intent regularly for the past 2 years. Yeah. Andrew Carter, Ben Kavir, the logical conclusion of an ethnostate. Yeah. Let's see. Mumi, testing during the ceasefire means that they're shooting and waiting to see if other countries will jump on them about it or if they'll just let it happen to see. So the test is how we respond. Yeah, pretty much. Peasants Revolt. What does Canadian left think of Plattner? I did a video about that not too long ago. So I did a live stream. You can go back. It was on a Friday where I specifically talked about this sort of thing. And it was a very rambly thing. And if people are interested, I can make it into a more concise video. But it wasn't so much that I was defending Plattner. I was just pointing out how certain things can be possible. Like I get how it could absolutely be possible that he could have a tattoo and not know what it means for 18 years. I actually understand how that could happen. And so I'm not saying that he didn't know what it was. I'm just saying it is possible. Because in the end, we don't know him. And that's part of what I was saying. It's like, we don't know his truth. We are always voting on an unfilled menu, a partial menu. And I go into that analogy. But if people are interested, I could probably put that into a more concise video as opposed to that rambly one, because I missed a few things that I planned on talking about in it. But let me know. But also, if you want to know more Canadian takes on it, I think David Dole has done a video about him. That's the Rational National. And Lance from the Serfs has also talked about him. So you can... Lance from the Serfs is definite, like, oh, it was it's an enormous, ginormous Nazi symbol. How could he not know? And blah, blah, blah. And so I'm pushing back on that a little bit because, again, it's the framing and everything, because Lance was explaining it as like he had it was enormous tattoo. And again, that's your biases slipping in, because I've kind of dabbled in tattoo culture. That is in no way, in any shape or form, a ginormous tattoo. It's not even big. It's small, medium, and so that's how some perspectives can twist how this is seen. And yeah, so I go into a lot of it in my video back then, and you can check it out. But in the end, it's not me trying to justify anything Plattner has done, because I don't know him. It's just more saying, like, these sorts of things are possible. But Lance from the Serfs has a video out about it, and he's more concrete, saying that it is an absolute Nazi tattoo and that sort of stuff. David Dole is more more like, oh, it's understandable that he didn't know and stuff. So you can check that out. And if you're looking for more just general Canada US stuff, the Majority Report has also covered it. I think they talked about it on Leftist Mafia. So there's a whole bunch of different sources that you can get. But for Canadian specifically, it's me, David Dole, and Lance. I'm not entirely sure if Rachel Gilmore has talked about it. I don't recall seeing anything pop up. Let's see. Oh, Mumi, Plattner. Oh God, Graham Platt. Is it Graham? Oh my God, I'm so bad with names and recall. He's a candidate in a state election, so in Maine, in the United States. So generally speaking, not even relevant to us, other than he was espousing very leftist policies. He's like somebody who could potentially knock out the conservative who's been running there regularly. And he was bringing a lot of energy to the campaign and stuff like that. And then it was found out that he had a Nazi tattoo on his chest, but it's a skull and bones. It's not like a swastika or anything. And he claims that when he was in the military, him and his buddies just went and got it done and didn't know what it meant. And he had it for 18 years. And then it's not so much like, I don't so much care about that particular race, but there is a lot of like, when do we forgive? When do we forgive? When do we move on? Do we believe in restorative justice? Do we believe in rehabilitation? And what does it take to prove that you've actually undergone those things? And so I talk about a lot of that in my video that I posted that one day. But again, please let me know if you would like that in a more concise video, now that I've deleted the Word document where I had that point form on. But it accidentally showed up on the screen there, so I could easily find what all the points were, or just watch the video and figure it out. 56 Nick Rich, Palestinians deserve humanitarian support from the entire free world, food, fuel, and freedom. Absolutely. And water, of course. You see, I have a bunch more dockets. I usually have 4 dockets, but I had to break these up, so I have like 2 extra dockets, and it's this in between that makes my videos really long because I love interacting with the audience. Okay, well, we can skip. Some people were already answering Mumai's question. Peasants revolt. I personally don't believe he's a real socialist or even on the left. For some reason, people are choosing to ignore the red flags. I feel it's more nuanced than that. There are red flags, but then there's also green flags, if you want to put it that way. Plus, I don't... You can watch the Majority Report. They're far more pro Plattner if you want to get, and I'm pretty sure they've clipped those videos from their live streams to get an idea more of, like, yes, he worked for a company that was with Blackwater, but he didn't directly work for Blackwater, and he was basically a chauffeur. He didn't do anything. Like, there's red flags, but if his entire Reddit history was dumped online as well, and if you go back, you don't see fascist takes. You see anti-fascist takes throughout all of those years. Like, there was, when he first got on it after he left the service, some really shitty takes, but it quickly evolved into a whole bunch of anti-fascist takes throughout that entire time. So it's... But as I use my analogy in the video that I made, we're looking at a menu and of, here are your options, and you can see them, but not all the ingredients are there. So you're only making your opinion based on the ingredients you can see. And then some people have come in and written in some ingredients, but you don't even know if those ingredients are right. And so you can look at some and be like, well, I don't really like this and this, but I really like those. But then there could be an ingredient like peppers for me, which is a hard no, and would absolutely scratch that candidate off. But the thing is that the election is still a far way away, and a special could show up on the menu before then. terminology I used. But, you know, people are just, all we can do is, you know, vote on any politician or something on what we see. But in the end, it might not matter. They might not be anything what they pretended to be. Okay, so I'm just going to skip over the rest of the Plattner talk. Because that's sidetracking. ADHD, you know, you guys can do this to me very easily, get me off track. Okay, let's see. Mobius, I have. Okay, you've seen the drawing of Owen Jones. Well, if I get a lot of thumbs up in the SandBox from people who be like, I have no idea what you're talking about, the drawing from Owen Jones, I'll show you the drawing I did of Owen Jones. I've already shown you the puppy. The drawing I did of Owen Jones is a hyper realistic. This one here that I'm working on is photorealistic. There's a difference, a big difference. So this is photorealistic. The one I did of Owen Jones is hyperrealism. But, you know, if I see lots of love for it in the SandBox, I'll show it. It's just over there. 56 Nickridge. Why, yes, I do portraits if commissioned. There's a link in the SandBox to my website. I do portraits of pets and people and commissions. Yuri, the audiobook that I'm going to be working on isn't so much an audiobook as I'm going to be doing a video recording of me reading it. And that video recording of me reading all the chapters of my book. And the full recording of it will be available to top tier members of my Patreon and my SandBox. But I'm the type of person that I don't want people to be... Like, even though my book isn't content directly related to my channel, I don't want people to miss out because of finances. So there's going to be a couple options where once I'm done the entire thing, I'll let people know. And then they could sign up for just a month if they want. And then just watch the whole thing in the month. But you can also convert them into just plain audio files as well, so that you can listen to it that way. But also, if somebody is really struggling, like with poverty and stuff like that, just shoot me an email. I'll send you a link. Like, I'm not going to say, no, you can't have this, because you can't afford it. So those are the options, but you can, once it's in a video, like a YouTube video format, it's easy to convert into an audio file. But it's not going to be like available on Amazon as a audiobook unless I sell a fuck ton more copies. Okay. The tattoo is literally this big. This big. It's like the size of an orange. It's not big as far as tattoos go. Not even close. To me, when you say that's an enormous tattoo, I'm picturing something that covers the bulk of his torso. Like, to me, I understand that as an enormous tattoo. But something the size of like an orange, it's medium small. It's like, you know, a terrier. It's a terrier dog. You know, it's not a mastiff. It's a terrier. Also, just the final thing I'll say on Plattner for this, I'm all fine. Like, if there's another candidate that comes in that's better than him, then by all means, vote for him. or that person. But they're not there. And it's very challenging to become a candidate. And and I talk about this in my video that I made, it takes a certain mindset. It takes people willing to be going through the public scrutiny and everything. I do not watch TYT, Peasants Revolt. I used to be a contributor to Rebel HQ. Used to, past tense. I'm making a video about TYT. That's not going to be very pleasant about them. I've also done a couple videos about some of my time at Rebel HQ. But yeah, TYT has not been great. Yeah, I cover it more than I don't watch it unless it's for a clip that I'm going to be covering. Oh, have a good night, Flow Snake, if you're still lurking. Mozart, there's photorealism, hyperrealism, and ludicrous realism. Well, the one I did of Owen Jones is just hyperrealistic. Jumped. Oh, is your, cheers. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yori, thank you for explaining the audiobook for me, Sandy. Not a problem. I look forward to making those videos so much. I love my book so hard. I love it so much. Have a good night, 56 Nick Rich. Okay. I never really talked to Bonnie at all, Bobby. I only met her like on Dan's show. Peasants Revolts I was just curious on the North's opinion of him. Oh, there's a lot of opinions on him. So yeah, you can check out the Majority Report, Leftist Mafia, Lands from the Serfs, David Dole, Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report has also done videos on him, and he has some good takes or interesting balanced takes and stuff. I would say Mike's is actually extremely balanced on it. So okay. Let's get back into it. Oh my God. I love chatting with you guys, but I still have so much to go through. It's been a very busy news week. Okay, so a little while ago, Doug Ford decided to go out of his lane as a premier of a province and dabble in foreign negotiation trade talks, because that's not something he's supposed to be doing, because, foreign relations, that's a federal government's dealing, not provincial. And then he went off and spent $75 million in taxpayer money to make an ad to play during like it's not the Super Bowl, whatever, the baseball game that just happened. And it featured Ronald Reagan, talking about how he hated tariffs, and Trump had a little bit of a temper tantrum over that and said he's no longer having trade talks with Canada because of it. He was upset, even threatened to increase our tariffs, on and on and on. Well, there's still fallout coming from this particular ad. That's just like, nobody is dealing with this well. Mark Carney did the dumbest thing, and I'm seeing the Spider-Man meme right now where they're all pointing at each other. And none of that pointing is solving the problems. We still don't have, any breakthroughs with Trump when it comes to trade. Mark Carney is still just capitulating to him at every moment without getting anything in return. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. So So here we go. So Tina Yazdani is a reporter for City News. Opposition leaders call it reckless, but Premier Doug Ford isn't backing down from his Reagan ad, calling it the best ad ever. Yes, very Trumpian talk that Doug Ford does a lot. Even after it derailed U.S.-Canada trade talks, I asked him why he aired it during the first 2 games of the World Series, despite Trump's backlash.
Just to put it into perspective for you, the Premier's office says they were expecting maybe 1 billion views from this ad when they first put it out. Well, they say it has now reached 11.4 billion people worldwide since Trump started talking about it. And despite...
Sorry, what? 11.5 billion people worldwide. Last I heard, we had reached 8 billion. Is there like a population boom since then? I actually don't know what the current population of the world is. Let me just... I should have checked this ahead of time so I can make this funnier. But I heard that it was 8 billion. So let's see. World. Put space. P-O-P. World population. Okay, 8.2 billion. So, who's these other 3 billion people? Bobby, I know, I get that more people watched it more than once, but I'm just trying to be funny. Because the way that they said it, 11 billion people, as opposed to saying it was viewed 11 billion times, would have made much more sense than saying 11 billion people have viewed it. I'm just making fun of the wording. That's all. That's all.
Putting U.S.-Canada trade talks in jeopardy, the Premier says he has absolutely no regrets.
The best ad that ever ran.
The Premier defiant, even as critics call it the ad that derailed trade talks.
Enough. Enough already. Don't do any more damage.
Ford already paused the campaign, but not before the ads aired during the first 2 games of the World Series, resulting in Trump threatening to increase tariffs on Canada by 10%. Why did you decide to run the ads during the World Series, and do you think that that made things even worse?
Not at all. I think that's a good impact. We achieved our goal, and our goal is to make sure that we get a fair deal.
And that absolutely will happen now that Trump has called off all trade talks. The goal was to get things done.
Not a one-sided Donald Trump deal, but a fair deal for the people of Ontario and Canada.
Ford spent the day defending the ad in his first public appearance since the campaign ignited a political firestorm over the weekend.
What did you get, Premier? What did you
Minister of
get?
Energy and Mines will come to order.
And the tariffs went up. Good job, Premier. Ontarians are paying with their jobs for what you just did.
You see, that's an angry Canadian.
Tariffs aren't going up, and they aren't going to go up.
Ford doesn't seem to believe Trump's threats.
Well, he hasn't done it yet. Do you know why President Trump's so upset right now? Because it was effective. It was working. It woke up the whole country.
Why do you think the Ronald Reagan Foundation said it misrepresented Reagan?
Well, that's totally inaccurate. We did our due diligence, went to a U.S. law firm, we got it vetted.
So you're not worried about their threat to sue Ontario?
Well, they can do whatever they want. They aren't going to win.
I do think the Premier screwed up here. Absolutely, 100%. Look.
Opposition leaders say none of this protects jobs in Ontario. The auto sector has been hit hard by Trump's tariffs. In just the past month, Stellantis and GM have stopped production at 2 Ontario plants, putting thousands of jobs in jeopardy.
They don't see the Premier fighting for their jobs right now. And instead, the Premier is focused on an ad campaign that's there to, boost his ego, make him feel like a big guy? Donald Trump is not going to save a single job in the auto sector.
Okay, and a little bit more on that. So, Ontario Reagan commercial produced by firm with ties to Doug Ford? What? can't remember. Sometimes I can't remember if it's like, oh, was I watching this video for this or were we reading the article? Let's see. I'll remember.
What we did, we generated a conversation that
Okay,
worked. Anywhere from Ronald.
Oh, no, that's just him talking, so I didn't want to actually play the video. So, the Ontario anti-tariff commercial that derailed negotiations between Canada and the United States was produced by an external ad agency with ties to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. The Ontario commercial, which features former Republican President Ronald Reagan's views on tariffs and protectionism, created an international stir when President Donald Trump terminated negotiations with Canada and applied a 10% tariff on Canadian exports to the United States. Prime Minister Mark Carney suggested the commercial was also the sole reason for the unexpected twists and turns in the talks and emphasized that while he's open to unsolicited advice on those discussions, the negotiations are the responsibility of the Canadian government. And we'll get into a little video with that. So I don't think we need to go much more into that other than, yes, on Monday, Ford called the commercial the most successful in history, while the commercial was pulled from the American stuff. Okay. The commercial, which was shared by the Premier's office, was produced by Creative Currency, an external ad agency with financial ties to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. You know, it's shocking. It's so shocking that, you know, they would have ties to the Conservative Party. Who could have seen it coming? In 2022, the agency was credited for creating the Ontario PC Party Get It Done slogan and was paid almost $170,000 for the work. Okay. For 3 words, divide that by 2. That's like $1 billion per word. Or divided by 3, I mean, get it done. I'm just, really? Really? You paid almost $170,000 for Get It Done slogan? I would have done it for 1/10 of the cost. Just saying. Yeah, and just goes into more of this. And here's David Dole saying, told you so. David Dole of the Rational National, because replying to T-Dot resident, well, thank goodness Ford's insiders made money again by this ad that derailed trade talks. And David Dole is just taking a victory lap here for being right.
Public perception of tariffs is not the barrier to getting rid of tariffs. That isn't the issue. The issue is Donald Trump. There has to be something else to this. Is the production company he used a friend of his? Like, there has to be another layer here.
Yep.
Because none of this makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. And he was right. And it just shows clips from the article. Oh, right, I can close these now that I'm done with them. So here's more talk about some of the fallout from the Ronald Reagan commercial from Colin DeMello from Global News. An F-bomb-laden tirade calls for an apology and one ignored Prime Minister. The fallout from Ontario's Ronald Reagan commercial continues.
The mounting trade tension between Canada and the United States appears to be fissuring on all fronts. At an international yet intimate dinner in Asia, the Prime Minister sat directly across from Donald Trump and was left ignored. Here at home, a diplomatic incident has also ruffled political feathers.
You know, some people get hot, they get heated. I get heated sometimes, but just call the guy up and bury the hatchet.
Global News has confirmed that the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Pete Hoekstra, exchanged words with Ontario's representative in Washington, David Patterson, at a recent event in Ottawa. Sources with knowledge of the conversation say it was, quote, an extended F-bomb-laden tirade that went on for 5 minutes.
It's unbecoming of an ambassador. Never heard of this in my entire life. Call the guy up and apologize. Let's start getting back on track.
Doug Ford isn't exactly known for having a professional speech when it comes to a lot of these things.
Sources said the tirade is reflective of what Hoekstra has said before in private, that Canadians are combative, and Ontario's removal of American liquor from the LCBO is an irritant. While the federal government was tight-lipped today, other MPs say they've heard the same on a recent trade mission to Washington.
We were hearing that the way Doug Ford was acting was not the best way to have discussion and conversation about the negotiations.
What also came up in that confrontation, Ontario's anti-tariff commercial, which triggered a visceral reaction from Trump.
You could have just said which triggered Trump.
And led to the termination of talks.
The intention wasn't to go poke the president in the eye. My intention was to get a conversation going, wake up the Democrats a little.
Then you failed at that. You failed. Although he'll probably take credit for this next thing that I'll show you in just a few tabs.
Bit down there.
But despite the public rift, Canada's ambassador to the U.S. suggests the behind-the-scenes work continues.
You know why we'll get back to it? Because it's in the interests of Americans and it's in the interests of Canadians. And that is what is going to ultimately guide the day.
She warns, however, there's only one person who decides what happens next.
And so, with all the negative feedback that Doug Ford got, because he's like, I wanted to start a conversation, and he totally stopped cold any conversations, he immediately has to be like, why are you blaming just me?
Prime Minister about. Can you talk to the Prime Minister about this and what's? I mean, he was pretty measured in Malaysia today.
Sure.
About you and about this situation. But have you? How are relations with the Prime Minister? Are things strained now because of what's happened?
Not at all. He saw the ad before I put it out. So did his chief of staff. They both saw it, and.
You see, they saw it first, so if there was really something wrong with it and they didn't say anything to me about it at the time, then it's really their fault. All of this fallout that we've been getting, all this negative fallout, totally his fault. Totally his fault. But the thing is that Doug may have shown it to Mark Carney, and we'll get to that in just a next tab, but it doesn't mean Mark Carney approved of it. This is just Doug Ford saying, I showed him. Kind of like how a lot of these politicians will say, well, we spoke with consultants. Doesn't mean that they actually took to heart anything that they said. It's like, so what if you showed it to him? What is he supposed to do? Like, to stop it? And in fact, Mark Carney says that he wasn't thrilled with it, and we'll get to that in just a second.
We move forward on it. But again, we achieved our goal. As we say, mission accomplished, it was done. They're talking about it in the U.S., and they weren't talking about it before I put the ad on. So I'm glad that Ronald Reagan was a free trader.
Okay, just gotta switch so I can go to this, because I have different screen setups for this. There we go.
Hi, Prime Minister. Mackenzie Gray with Global News. Did you apologize to Donald Trump about Ontario's anti-tariff act?
I did apologize to.
So the funny thing about this was there was a bit of a stir on Twitter over the past few days because some people were posting, Mark Carney apologized, and all of these liberal, sycophants, just absolutely water-brained floaters, were saying, fake news, not real. Is the apology in the room with us right now? He wouldn't apologize. Why would he apologize for Doug Ford's commercial? This never happened. Never, never, never. And then he came out and said, yes, I apologized to him for it. And then all of a sudden it's like, that was a masterful move. Fuck off. It's just... No, and it's not right. No. He shouldn't be apologizing. He shouldn't be doing this little press conference right now. This is all I've been saying this since Doug Ford has started going on to all the American networks talking about AmCam negotiations and stuff like that. Is that the federal government should be cracking down on that a bit more, because that's not Doug Ford's lane and he's going to mess things up. And I've been saying that for a long time now. And Mark Carney's just like, nah, I didn't like it. So I apologized to the president for it, because you know how much Donald Trump, how much he thinks of people who actually apologize. how much respect he gives them for buckling to pressure and apologizing.
The president. The president was offended by the act, or by the ad rather, and it's not something I would have done, which is to put in place that advertisement, and so I apologize to him. I'm the one who is responsible in my role as Prime Minister for the relationship with the President of the United States.
Yeah. So why have you been letting Doug Ford get away with this shit for so long? Like, that's the thing. Doug Ford keeps on getting away with things, and you don't do anything, so then he pushes it further and further and further until he derails all trade talks. Foreign policy is strictly federal. You allowed Doug Ford to muck around in it, and this is what happened.
And the federal government is responsible for the foreign relationship with the U.S. government. So things happen, we take the good with the bad, and I apologize to him.
He viewed the ad with you in advance of it going to air. Since you're the person that's solely responsible for negotiations, did you inform Mr. Ford that this is something you do not want to go forward with?
Yes.
And what?
So remember Doug Ford saying, oh, he saw it, but then Mark Carney is here saying, yeah, I told him not to go forward with it. So that's the thing. Like, Doug Ford can't try to throw him under the bus by saying, well, he saw it, and, I'm just saying. When Mark Carney specifically said, no, don't do this. This is stupid.
Well, you saw what came of it.
You told Doug Ford that he shouldn't air the ad. My question then, the fact that Premier Ford went ahead with the ad, the fact that the Premier of BC wants to put out an ad, the fact that the Premier of Manitoba, Wapkanu, supports Doug Ford's ad, does this show that there is division within Team Canada?
And that's part of the problem. Since Mark Carney hasn't gotten any wins from Donald Trump yet, there's a lot of division amongst the premiers of this province. And some are backing Doug Ford, some are not. And it's this guy's responsibility to get a handle on all these things. And he hasn't. Which makes him look really weak.
Premiers don't trust you to negotiate?
I think there is, the individuals can speak for themselves, and they're practiced in speaking to themselves, and they will speak for themselves. There are other premiers who have a different view in terms of the utility of those ads, and you can speak to them. I'll repeat what the situation is with those who actually have been talking with the Americans and have been negotiating with the Americans. That we start from this position, which it does bear remembering, that we are in a position.
Okay, and we don't need to get much more into that. And then just about the tariffs. Here. So from Brian Stein, breaking, the Senate just voted 50-46 to stop Trump's tariffs on Canada. These 4 Republicans voted to stop them along with every Democrat. And there you go, right there. So it's not going to be Canada that fixes these trade relationships because Canada ain't doing shit about it. It's going to be this. But the problem with this is, so the courts voted for Trump to stop these tariffs in Canada. Who's going to enforce it? Go back to the main shot because that's the end. Like, that's the thing. There's been lots of court cases against Donald Trump so far. But if there's no one enforcing it, then I'm just needing to do this. Let's do this. Okay. If there's nobody enforcing it, nobody, making Donald Trump follow through with these judgments, then what? Like, so they ruled saying, okay, he needs to stop the tariffs. Well, will he? Will he? Who's going to do that? Who's going to make him do that? It means nothing if you don't have somebody actually enforcing it. And we're seeing it all the time. He is murdering people in boats. He is breaking the laws. He's sending military into his own cities and stuff. I have a hard time believing just because a court told him he's going to stop the tariffs to Canada. there would have to be somebody actually enforcing that, and I don't think there is. So this is long from being solved. Mark Carney has been absolute mess in all of this, hasn't gotten a single win for Canada in all of this, when he was all about the elbows up during his when he was trying to become leader and during the election, and that's why people voted for him. Absolute mess. Absolute mess. Okay, let's check the SandBox, and then we'll get some updates on the teacher strike. No, is this isn't the teacher strike here. I need to get the teacher strike stuff up. Okay, there's the teacher strike docket. Let's see. What people are saying. Yeah, Bobby, it wasn't me. Let's see. Someone got paid well for the ad. Says Andrew. Oh, I'm sure. Well, yeah. Let's see. People talking about German? I don't know anything about German. Let's see. Moomy, we're never going to get a breakthrough from Trump. He is just stirring us along, hoping to take us over economically. Yeah, pretty much. You can't negotiate with somebody as unhinged as Trump, as somebody as neurotic, as what's the word for random, unpredictable as Trump. Like, it's just and also he's a fascist. Fascists don't tend to negotiate. It's just, like, Kearney is working on diversifying trade with like Asia and other areas and stuff, but he needs to go full throttle with that and actually start saying, yeah, we're just going to cut ties with the States. It's not worth it. That's what he needs to do. Mozart, when do Commonwealth countries wear the peace puppy? Whenever they want to virtue signal. But yeah, it's November 11th is Remembrance Day. A lot of them wear it all month, as Andrew says. Andrew, I don't understand why Canada would want a royal shit show family as their head of state. It's not a matter of want. It just is. We're a constitutional monarchy over here. The king is our head of state. I don't want it, but I've talked about this plenty of times before. Basically, the thing that's preventing us from breaking away from the Commonwealth is it would take a lot of work. And that's about it. And, you know, if the Liberals propose it, then the Conservatives would be against it. If the Conservative proposed it, then the Liberals would be against it, just so that they could fight each other. Like, it'd be a lot of work, but I would think the vast majority of Canadians would be like, good. Good riddance. Oh, sorry, he is lawless, yeah. JK, the red poppy is not a peace symbol. It is a symbol of remembrance these days. It is usually worn to show support for military might. A white popsy is anti-war peace symbol. We have different versions of it here too, and it usually causes some sort of controversy because there's one for a specific poppy for remembrance of Indigenous peoples who fought in the wars. There's the white poppy for peace. There's the red poppy, and it's just, yeah, it's all just virtue signaling. It's pretty much it. Andrew, I feel like the UK might ditch the monarchy before Canada does. LOL. Not sure what happens then though. You know, it wouldn't surprise me, because then be like, oh, okay, now we don't have to pretend anymore. Okay. Well, let's just scooch on into the next one, because it's a fairly long docket, so I want to get through it quickly, because there's a bunch of dockets today. And I don't want to get too distracted by interacting with SandBox, even though that's like my favorite part of doing this. Anyway, so been talking about Alberta, Danielle Smith there, horrible premier, transphobic, wants to privatize, is working towards privatizing healthcare, the education and stuff. Well, teachers went on strike a while ago, actually. And, you know, Danielle Smith didn't want to do anything about it to negotiate with the teachers, and instead just drop the hammer. Get into it. So we'll start with this person pointing out, remember when Danielle Smith condemned the arrogance of governments for passing laws in a matter of days? Now she rammed through a law stripping teachers of their charter rights in a single day, just a couple hours actually. Seems the democratic process no longer matters now that she is in power. You know, there's always a video. There's always a video that shows that they used to think something different, that they have no principles or integrity whatsoever.
Mr. Speaker, the democratic process matters. We are elected by Albertans to come to this assembly and make sure everything that comes out of it is debated, vetted, tweaked, adjusted, and voted on to represent our constituents' views. That is how this is supposed to work. But the arrogance of this government is astounding. Bills are introduced and passed in a matter of days. Amendments are steamrolled as though perfection has already been achieved. Committees are sidestepped. Consultation is ignored. Mr. Speaker, this process has to stop. We cannot keep making laws like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, we can't keep on... Oh, sorry, what was that? An important note, Smith isn't just overriding the federal charter, she's also overriding the Alberta Human Rights Act and the Alberta Bill of Rights she just rewrote. Yeah, so about that arrogance.
Our government has said that we are prepared to use every legal and constitutional tool available to get students back into our classrooms. The Premier has made it very clear. This strike has caused irreparable harm to students. That is why we'll be invoking the Notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Alberta Bill of Rights, and the Alberta Human Rights Act. We believe that this is an...
So again, for people who might not be aware, the Notwithstanding clause goes above the courts. So when you invoke that, you can take away the rights of Canadians, and the courts can't do shit about it, because this is above the courts. And quite often it's used after a court ruling. It's not used in this way. It's used after a court ruling that the Premier didn't agree with because they wanted to be more racist or transphobic, and that's usually what it's used for, you know, to take away the rights of, so like in Quebec, it's to make it so public sector workers can't wear religious symbols. In Saskatchewan, it was used to force teachers to out trans students to their parents or misgender them in class if they didn't feel safe going to their parents. So, yeah. And Doug Ford has also used it in such a way to force teachers back to work, but make it so that they can't challenge it. Like, it wasn't directly like what in the way that Danielle Smith is doing right now, but it was a roundabout way to make sure that he couldn't get challenged in court about it or something. I covered it at the time.
Necessary measure to end the undue hardship caused by the teachers' strike. It will remove the uncertainty a court case could create. But most importantly, using the Notwithstanding clause in this case preserves the sovereignty of the legislature to act in the public interest. And we believe that it is in the public interest that students return to the classrooms as soon as possible. Our government.
Yes, we felt it was in our public interest to deny teachers their bargaining rights, which is stated in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Yeah, to just do that as opposed to actually, bargaining with them. We're just going to force them back to class like that. And this was never meant to be used like this. The only reason why Section 33 is in the Charter is because provinces were being whiny little bitches and saying, yeah, but if we want to do something that you won't let us, we need a nuke option. We need to be able to do that. We need to be able to, go against people's rights if we feel it's in the best interest of our province. And so the breakdown, Alberta here, if you're in Alberta, they're the best account to follow for up-to-date news in Alberta politics. Today, Danielle Smith claimed this is exactly how Peter Lougheed would have believed the Notwithstanding clause should be used. She couldn't be more wrong. Yeah, like this is the absolute opposite way. And so we'll just listen to what she has to say and then read the next tweet.
This was exactly the kind of circumstance, I believe, that Peter Lougheed had in mind when he argued so hard on behalf of provinces to include the Notwithstanding clause. Notwithstanding clause is part of our Constitution. And part of the reason why it's there is that sometimes there are a lot of different interests that have to be mediated, and those interests have to...
Yeah, we have to mediate all the interests of our corporate buddies. We have to use the clause to help them.
Be mediated by elected politicians. This was exactly the kind of circumstance, I believe.
And so the breakdown just follows up. So Lougheed spelled it out exactly what he believed needed to be fixed within the Notwithstanding clause. A legislative body with supermajority, the court's review before it vote, no form overrides. Smith used violation of the first two. And so here it is breaking. Alberta will invoke Notwithstanding clause on Bill 2, its legislation to force teachers back to work.
I move first reading of Bill 2, the Back to School Act. This legislation would provide teachers with a fair agreement based on the last mutually accepted offer.
How is it a fair agreement if you're forcing them back to work without an agreement?
Between TIBA and the ATA, and ensure no further irreparable harm is done to Alberta students through labour action. The ongoing strike has deeply disrupted learning and caused lasting harm to our kids' education.
So you could have actually worked with the teachers to come to a proper bargain to get them back to work. Because this was threatened that Danielle would use this a little while ago. And the issue with that is as soon as it was in the air that she would use the Notwithstanding clause, what incentive is there for the CEOs to actually then bargain? Knowing if they just hold out a little longer, then the teachers are going to be forced back to work. It gives these CEOs no reason whatsoever to negotiate when they know that the province is just going to back them up this way.
And futures, after 18 months of bargaining and 2 rejected agreements recommended by ATA leadership, it's clear a negotiated settlement is no longer possible. This legislation ensures that no further harm is done to Alberta students, and there is an immediate end to the strike.
Okay. And so, of course, Danielle Smith, very concerned about all of this. What's that? Where's the Premier while the MLAs rush through the all-night debate on stripping Albertans of their charter rights? An airport lounge waiting for a flight to Saudi Arabia. She didn't even bother to show up for the vote. So she had the Notwithstanding clause invoked to strip away the rights of these teachers, and she couldn't even show them the respect to be there. Absolutely spineless, gutless, arrogant. Also, why is Harper and Smith in Saudi Arabia? On whose behalf? Harper has been trying to undermine the government since Justin Trudeau kicked his ass out to the curb in 2015. Something stinks here. Yeah, like what is she doing going over there? Because, the whole foreign thing, that's federal government business. Smith's trip to Middle East draw criticism amid back-to-school mandate. The same day Alberta's government invoked the notwithstanding, and this is from CTV News, the same day Alberta's government invoked the notwithstanding clause to bring teachers back to work, Premier Danielle Smith boarded a plane. The Premier was absent when her government tabled Bill 2 back to school in the Alberta legislature. She's scheduled to be in Saudi Arabia at the UAE until November 5th for energy and technology investment discussion. She'll then join the province's job minister and a delegation of Alberta companies in the UAE for some exhibition stuff. The trip comes at the heels of the legislation's first season back on Monday. NDP opposition leader Naheed Nenshi told press conference on Tuesday the trip was in poor timing, adding, "She's a coward who's scared of debate. The Premier's sense of entitlement is extraordinary," he said. "She's been to the Middle East so many times, second only to her trips to Mar-a-Lago. And what has she accomplished?" Yeah. But yeah. So somebody pointing out here in a different tweet, Don Getty on the golf course as the principal group collapses, John Kennedy drinking at the Sky Palace during COVID, Danielle Smith in the airport lounge while taking away teachers' charter rights. And he's talking about previous premiers not caring about, their province falling apart. And Danielle just tweeting out, with the passing of Bill 2, the Back to School Act, Alberta students will return to class on October 29th, ending disruption for families, putting the focus back where it belongs, on students. Teachers have made it clear, blah, 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 blah. So let's start closing some of these. So here we go. Occasionally, we have news anchors that ask good questions and push back. Not as much as I would like to see, but we're still better than the States. You gotta give them that when it comes to pushback, but only on certain things. If the person is Palestinian or something, and it's a completely different story. If they're a Zionist, there's zero pushback on anything that they might say. Anyway, I digress. Let's listen to what she has to say to the Alberta Education Minister, who was put on the spot. Just give it a second. It's mad. I have so many tabs open.
His power play last night and was asked. The education minister appeared on CTV's Power Play last night and was asked why any teacher would want to work in Alberta after they were ordered back.
Who do you think would want to come work for your government? What teacher or EA, after what's unfolded in the last 24 hours, do you think would want to work for an employer that actively works to suppress their rights?
Yeah. Good question. Like if you're a teacher and you were thinking about moving to Alberta to teach, how likely would you want to be there now knowing that should the bargaining get tough, you'll be forced back to work without a deal?
After our teachers receive the 17% increase that has been provided to them as part of the settlement, they will be the highest paid, have the highest take-home pay in Western Canada. So we are not just competitive, but leading the pack in so many regard and so many respects. And I think that's something that's quite enticing to many professionals.
Yeah, I don't think that overrides the threat of you taking away their rights. Just saying. Because what good is a paycheck if you can't be at the table? And so there are some movements to get this changed up. So enough is enough. It's time for Education Minister Nicolaides to resign. And this is from the Alberta NDP. So the UCP is forcing teachers back to work without improving classrooms. Alberta is the wealthiest province in Canada, but will spend the least on our students. Instead of listening to teachers, Education Minister Dimitrios Nicolaides stood by while this government silenced them. He supports forcing teachers back to the same overcrowded classrooms without supports or solutions for students. So this is basically a petition asking on him to resign. I would imagine you have to be a resident of Alberta to fill that out, but as I know, I do have some Albertans that come in here. I just tossed that link into the SandBox. So if you can, please fill this out. It's from the Alberta NDP. But here, This is where the fight starts, because you can only... When you can't rely on the government, you have to rely on the people. And the people have to back each other. We have to fight for each other. We have to unite with each other. This is good. I want to see more of this.
I just told the teacher.
And again, from the breakdown, speaking to a media today, so McGowan made it clear Danielle Smith just touched off an economic firestorm, and union leaders will be responding province-wide.
I just told the teachers that, with this legislation, the government is putting a gun to their heads. So if they're not able to, to lead the fight right now, the rest of us will in their place. So if they have to go back to work because of the threatened fines and other legal consequences, that leaves it to us. And so, if they can't stand up for themselves, we will stand up for them. But once again, I'll stress.
So you force the teachers back to work. How about all the other unions go on strike? I hope they do this. I really hope they do.
This is not just about the teachers now. It could have remained a dispute just between the teachers and the government, but by taking this unprecedented action, the government has chosen escalation and confrontation over compromise and negotiation. And the future of worker rights and worker bargaining power is on the line. We take that very seriously. And so, yes, are we going to, have a province-wide response? And will the rest of the labor movement stand up? The short answer is yes, we will. Just watch us.
I will be watching. I hope they follow through with that. So from Global News, Alberta students walk out of class in support of teachers forced back to work. So the students also on board with the teachers. This is what I like to see.
Edmonton students walked out of class Thursday morning, the kids protesting their classroom conditions.
My biggest class is over 40 students.
That concern, a common one among the thousands of students.
That's not a learning environment at that point when you're that crammed full of students. You're not learning anything. You're just getting attendance marks.
Students who staged walkouts across the province.
I see it every day, every class. 40 people at least in every single class. It's taken away from my learning, my classmates' learning.
A group of those students bringing their message right to the legislature. 1 week ago, Alberta teachers flooded the steps. They've since been ordered back to work, but their students are now taking up their call for more resources.
The UCP and the government, Danielle Smith, that what they're offering, what they're providing, what they're doing is just not acceptable.
The province has said it ordered teachers back to work because the strike was causing irreparable harm. It says many parents and students were worried about the stoppage dragging on.
We have 740,000 students. I know there were a couple hundred here today, but I think the vast majority want to continue on with their schooling and return to normal as best as possible.
On Wednesday, the province said it will start collecting annual numbers on class size and makeup. That will be paired with a task force announced earlier in the week.
Okay, so we'll start paying attention to statistics. Fine. Make us do work.
That's responsible for solving problems in classrooms.
We're working as quickly and as aggressively as we can to build more schools, hire more teachers, and hire more EAs. And I'm absolutely confident that we'll deliver the results that all Albertans expect.
Students feel there should have been progress while they were out of school. Instead, they say they're heading back into the same conditions that were a problem before the strike.
I don't get that if I have a 3-week break for no reason, for nothing to happen. There's nothing that happened. So that's why the students need to step up now.
We are still fighting for them even after they can't.
Eric Bay, Global News.
So here the breakdown is pointing out, so UCP Minister Rajan Swani held an open house in Calgary. Didn't go well for her. Again, the people are pissed.
And happy to have one-on-one conversations. And again, anybody who is shining
For those wondering what they are saying, they're saying recall. So here we have taking Alberta forward. We stand with Canada. Operation to recall Alberta. Organized recall campaign for the 44 MLAs who voted to use the notwithstanding clause against not just teachers, but all Alberta workers. Because if you use it against one, you'd use it against all of them. Why we're organizing, using the notwithstanding clause to override the rights and force teachers back to work is a profound step. Constituents can respond through civic process, including recall where applicable. The project coordinates resources to help each riding take action lawfully and effectively. Note this site is informational and community run. It is not affiliated with Elections Canada's. Always verify requirements with official sources before starting formal processes. Let's go Alberta. Words can't bring hope, but it takes action to drive real change. Time for Albertans to take action. So people movements is what will change things when it comes to this sort of thing. And so then here's Naheed Nenshi pulling a few punches, who pulled a few punches. I think he meant to say punched, because when you pull punches, doesn't that mean you're not hitting as hard as you should? And I think the breakdown is pointing out that no, he punched. So not only did he condemn Smith's claim Peter Lougheed would support her attack on human rights, he called her and her entire UCP caucus cowards.
This government is willing to trample on anybody's human rights. I knew Peter Lougheed. The Premier knew Peter Lougheed. We took a class with Peter Lougheed. In her press conference yesterday, she dared to invoke Peter Lougheed. I will tell you right now that Peter Lougheed would be spinning in his grave if he knew what she was doing in his name. The Premier is a coward. Not only did she refuse to negotiate with teachers, not only did she refuse to end this weeks ago using the powers she already had, she didn't even show up for the debate. The first Premier in Alberta history to say, I am knowingly passing a law which is unconstitutional. And I'm doing it on purpose because I don't care about your rights. And she didn't even show up. She couldn't be bothered to delay her Saudi Arabian junket. Maybe she needs to learn more about authoritarianism. She's a pretty good study. She couldn't even be bothered to delay her Saudi Arabian junket by a few hours to at least stand up in the legislature and at least explain to Albertans why she doesn't believe their human rights matter. She is a coward, and her government members are also cowards.
And a little bit more from him. Nenshi and the Alberta NDP have just made what appears to be one of their first campaign promises. Not only will they never use the notwithstanding clause, they'll pursue legislation to make sure future governments don't use it unless as a last resort. So the thing is that a provincial government won't be able to outright ban the use of the notwithstanding clause. That has to be made like at a federal level. And I would love for the Section 33 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to go bye-bye. That's the notwithstanding clause. We shouldn't have it. It shouldn't be there. Because it is just there to take away people's rights. And it's being absolutely abused and misused by primarily conservative premiers. But, you know, Pierre Poilievre has threatened to use it on a federal level. The Liberals have threatened to use it on a federal level. So it's just been misused. That's it. It's just being misused by primarily conservatives who don't get their own way.
New Democrats become the government. When Alberta's New Democrats become the government of Alberta, inshallah, God willing, as I always say, we will never, ever use the notwithstanding clause. And one of our first acts as government will be to introduce legislation restricting the use of that clause for all future Alberta governments. Because we believe in human rights for everyone. We believe in freedom for everyone, not just when it's convenient. When Alberta's New Democrats become the government of Alberta, inshallah, God willing, as I always say, we will never.
So I have to go through a proper process. And then also, meanwhile, in Manitoba, at least one premier has a grasp of just how serious using the notwithstanding clause is and is taking steps to ensure that at least one province doesn't use it before hearing from the courts.
Our government will never use the notwithstanding clause. But this bill, Bill 50, will ensure that any future government in Manitoba that wants to use the notwithstanding clause will have to refer that bill immediately to the courts in this province so that they can declare if those actions would otherwise violate people's rights, if not for the use of
Pretty much that's what the notwithstanding clause is used for.
Section 33. We're introducing this bill at a time in our country where other governments are using the notwithstanding clause to target religious people, to target LGBTQ2S+ people, to target vulnerable minorities. That's not who we are as Manitobans. That's not who we are as Canadians. Bill 50 will ensure that we always remain the true north strong, and most of all, free.
So about more attacks on workers' rights. So stop attack on right to strike. This is from Leah Gazan. She's an NDP MP. And so I did catch out of the side of my eye somebody talking about the flight attendants who went on strike. They didn't go against a notwithstanding clause used. They went against this. So they ignored this. Section 107 from the Canada Labour Code was invoked by Mark Carney. And the flight attendants ignored it. And that's how they were able to get past their bargaining. So, but Leah's saying, we need to get rid of that in the labor code. So it hasn't been hard explaining to folks why I tabled my bill C-247 to repeal Section 107 from the Canada Labour Code, ending government violations of the right to strike and collective bargaining. It's simple. Countless people across Canada already know we need a reset on the treatment of workers in this country. For many workers, every shift, every trip, every grocery store, and every rent or mortgage bill is a reminder of that fact. For working folks, every day can be a struggle, whether that's being forced to work overtime or being offered too few hours in precarious work roles. Whether facing discrimination, harassment, violations, health and safety rights, workplace, all this just to take home a paycheck that's all too often fails to keep up pace with rising costs. So yeah, she's put through this bill to, get rid of that. So if members of parliament want to regain workers' trust, passing Bill 2 C-247 is a first step. We need to restore a promise of collective action so workers struggling everywhere can embrace it themselves, and goes especially for workers whose workplaces have historically been unionized and who now often struggle the most, whether in the gig economy, service care, or community work. There's power in union. Let's stop the attacks on it. All right, I had this. This is because I feel it's important just to get people familiar with politician names here in Canada, because all too often we don't know who's in government or what they're saying, what they're doing. So Sharif Haji here, yesterday I pressed the minister on the chaos the government has created in Alberta's vaccination program. Albertans are confused, frustrated, and being told to pay for vaccines that should be free. This is a failure to protect public health. So he's an MLA in Alberta, and he's just pushing back against. We don't need to watch the whole video, but just a little taste of it here.
Alberta recorded over 6,000 COVID-19 hospitalizations last year, costing Albertans $36,000 each. So the most financially responsible plan should be free vaccinations. Yet this government is charging $100 for what should be free vaccines, despite evidence showing vaccines could have prevented 3,400 hospitalizations and saved $100 million.
Yeah, so he's pushing back against that. So he's an NDP MLA in Alberta. So it's important to get to know who some of the politicians are, where their stances are, what they're saying, and all that sort of stuff. But just to get back to some of the things I was seeing out of the corner of my eye in the SandBox, the teachers can't just go against the notwithstanding clause without being fined like a whole bunch of money. I thought I had that in one of my articles here. Like it'd be like $500 a day if they go against it. It was in, maybe I accidentally deleted that article. Maybe it was in one of the articles that I didn't go through because I thought, anyway, they can get fined a lot of money if they don't show up to work. And there's basically nothing they can do about the notwithstanding clause. There's nothing. So let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. I'm just seeing what's up next. This is... Oh, this is my oh shit docket. Oh, Bill 60 stuff. Okay, that will be next. Yori, it always amazes me how these politicians can get away with things like this, and we have vital no pushback by anyone. Andrew saying, so like a dictatorship then. Sounds great. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is used for. Let's see. JK, Western countries do not support international law. They prefer to be a rules-based order where they can change the rules to suit their needs. Very much so. Andrew, are they allowed to do solidarity strikes in Canada? That's illegal here. I know when the flight attendants went on work, they were getting support from other unions, like the pilots and stuff. I'm not exactly sure how that worked if they went on strike in solidarity. Off the top of my head. But the unions can apply pressure in their own ways. As that one union leader was saying, and hopefully that does mean that they can go on solidarity strikes. Yeah, so Mumai was saying that she can try to get the teachers back to work, but Air Canada, so the attendants, they didn't break the notwithstanding clause. They broke the 107 labor code that Mark Carney was using. Hello, Bad Lefty. Hello, B-Cat. Nice to see other mods come out to help Mozart, who's been holding down the fort. Let's see. Moonmile, Nova Scotia was no better. They legislated teachers back to work. Yeah, Ontario did the same sort of thing. Okay. I don't know what these are in context to. I'm just talking about people getting old and falling downstairs. Okay. Oh. One, two, three. I still have like 4 dockets to go through. And I've already been at this for over 2 hours. Okay, so update on Bill 60. For those of you who were tuned in last week to my news live stream, I got a bit emotional talking about Bill 60. And that's because in Bill 60, am I at the right one? Oh, that's the wrong Bill 61. There's okay. Gotta make sure that I cue this up right. There we go, that one. Okay. Part of Bill 60 would have gotten rid of a security of tenure. So that means that all of us renters that rely on month-to-month contracts, so once your lease expires, you go to month-to-month while maintaining your contract. That would basically be removed, which would mean all of us month-to-monthers that rely on rental contracts that go back years, even over a decade in some cases, which has kept our rents barely manageable, like just makes it so we're paying well below market rent. And for a lot of us, especially on fixed incomes, that's the only way that we can stay housed is through these month-to-month things. And Doug Ford was going to get rid of that in Bill 60. Well, apparently there's a lot of pressure put on him about that, and that one single part, well, we're not going to consult on it anymore. It does not mean it won't never happen. It just means not right now. So this is one of the articles that started the firestorm from CBC. Say goodbye to rent control, indefinite leases if Ontario passes housing proposal, advocates say. And this is, I showed this article last week, and this is a sum up of, this would basically get rid of security of tenure amongst doing other bad things. So just this one small part of Bill 60 has been removed. There's still a whole lot of bad in that bill. The entire bill needs to go away. So Jessica Bell, she's an NDP, MPP. Conservatives, I believe she's NDP, MPP. Yeah. The Conservatives have retreated from their all-out war on renters by backing down on ending rent control. So right now, rent control is also gone for buildings that were built after 2018, and rents have just absolutely skyrocketed, like absolutely skyrocketed because of it. And then Doug Ford is basically threatening to do that to everyone else. And rent controls need to come back for all buildings because you can't rely on landlord corporations to do the right thing. That just never happens. They're going to squeeze people for every single penny they have. So we are back in the legislature tomorrow to find out more about this U-turn. There will still be a whole whack of mean-spirited anti-tenant measures in Bill 60. This government is so cruel and they don't give a damn about affordability. So Rob Flack is the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, who was basically responsible for this Bill 60 and wanting to get rid of our rent control. Well, so he's backpedaling a bit because the fallout was pretty severe. I left a couple of very unpleasant tweets to replies to his message. So he says, our government is not proceeding with consultations on potential changes to Ontario tenancy leases framework regarding month-to-month leases. We will continue to implement other common sense reforms to strengthen the province's rental housing market. Full statement below. That could have been in a tweet. Residents expect stability and predictability in Ontario's rental market, and now is not the time to consider changes to this system. As such, we have decided not to proceed with consultations on potential changes to month-to-month leases. Ontario will continue to... So, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So they're not proceeding with consultations on changing the tenancy for now. It's not saying that they'll never do it. They're just not doing it for now, as is pointed out in this. So YSW Tenant Union tweeted out, Doug Ford is using the bait and switch tactic again. If you missed the news since last weekend, tune in to see how we respond. Bill 60 was supercharged evictions in Ontario. Fight back. And this is a clip from Global News.
Tenant right activists are voicing their anger and fear over Ontario's new housing.
Actually, while this is playing, I'm going to run and get some chocolate.
Bill 60 and the potential impacts. They saw a small win on Sunday as Housing Minister Rob Flack announced our government is not proceeding with consultations on potential changes to Ontario's tenancy lease framework regarding month-to-month leases.
We'll continue to advance common sense reforms to the Ontario rental housing market, as we have been doing.
Flack says that residents expect stability and predictability in Ontario's rental market, and now is not the time to consider changes to this system.
I want to be clear that what the housing minister said was now is not the time. Tenants want to make it very clear, not now, not ever. We need them to keep their hands off our leases and hands off our rights at the Landlord and Tenant Board.
News of Bill 60 came late last week and was met with pushback from politicians, housing advocates, and renters across the province.
I can't believe that in these economic times and such uncertainty that even they would consider to propose something like that. There's so many people on fixed incomes alone and I mean, there's so many landlords out there that would have taken advantage of that, and we would have seen massive homelessness.
Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow says she is relieved that the province is no longer considering changes to tenant security of tenure. She says the rest of Bill 60 still includes an erosion of renters' rights at the LTB, as well as less compensation for a tenant evicted through no fault of their own. The province should scrap those changes, bring back rent control for all units, and strengthen tenant rights.
Any attempt at chipping away at these rights is an attack on tenants, and it's why tenants are still banding together, still coming out to demand that the government roll back Bill 60 entirely.
Megan King, Global News.
So here we have Disability Justice Network of Ontario. Tenants across Ontario have already won the first victory against the government's anti-renter agenda, but we can't stop until we stop Bill 60. This isn't over until the whole bill is completely defeated. And they have here some more information on it. So parts of Bill 60 that hasn't been reversed is the RTA changes include reduce the time parties have to request a review at the LTB Landlord Tenant Board from 30 to 15 days, remove tenants' ability to raise new issues at a rent arrears hearing if the tenant has not given prior notice in accordance with the LTB timelines to prevent the financial losses of the landlords. Limit a tenant's ability to raise new issues at the LTB rent arrears hearing unless the tenant has paid 50% of the rent arrears claimed in the landlord's application. Provide an attorney general with a regulation marking authority to limit the circumstance where financial decisions or orders of the LTB can be reviewed. Allow landlords who have provided 120 days or 4 months of notice of the landlord's own use eviction. The landlord would not have to provide compensation to the tenant or offer another unit acceptable to them. Shorten the rent arrears eviction notice period from 14 days to 7 days for tenants who pay rent on a monthly or annual basis, making evictions even faster. Review ending indefinite rental agreements in Ontario, ending housing security, and practically provide provincial rent control. So this is the only thing down here, review of ending indefinite rental agreements. So that's the tenure. That's the only thing that has been removed or isn't being consulted on right now. The rest of the bill is pretty shitty. It's still really, really bad. It's still really, really bad. So Christy Wong Tam had released a video when Bill 60 came out. I showed that one, and this is an update one. They say a pinky promise on Twitter doesn't cut it. Tenants deserve to hear Ford swear that he will never take away rent control. Take action. And I'll have a link to the petition there.
When asked about whether or not he could answer in a straightforward yes or no manner on whether or not this government intends to keep rent control and not eliminate the security of tenure, the minister dodged the question. So I'm going to give him one more chance while he's here in the chamber today. And we all would like to know whether or not this government intends to ensure that they never attack housing and undermine housing for Ontarians by keeping rent control and making sure that tenants have access to the same security of their housing that we would expect for massive profits for big corporate landlords.
Because, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of my stress would go away if I knew for certain my housing was secure for, the foreseeable future. It's not. Like, it is, but it isn't. And as long as Doug Ford is in power, there's always the threat that this will come back. And we'll have to fight again and hope that people are paying attention and all that sort of stuff. With ODSP rates the way that they are, there's always the threat that should something happen to my contract, there's nowhere else in the province I can afford to go and have an apartment because they didn't double the rates, although all the other parties said they would. So it's never completely secure for vulnerable people in this province, housing-wise. And it would do a whole lot of good, like mental health-wise, productivity-wise, if people just knew for certain that their home is their home.
Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I think if the member checks the record, I avoided no such question at all. Nothing in this bill talks about rent control that I can see, Speaker, but fill your boots, and if you see it, let me know. What I do know with respect with respect to rent in this province. If you want to get the cost of rent down, we need better supply, and that's just what
Housing starts under Doug Ford have plummeted. He's not keeping up to date with anything he promised when it came to building houses or making more housing available.
our government's been doing to help create the conditions to get supply built. 52,000 new units over the last 3 years, 17,000 new.
So does that number also include when you decided to start saying that a long-term care bed was a home, that a dormitory at a college was a home? Is that why those numbers are so inflated when you started making those things count as homes in your numbers? Those aren't units that I could just move into. They're inflated.
Starts in the first 9 months, up 38%. Rents are coming down, Speaker. So this bill complements renters. Always has through Bill 17, always will through Bill 60. I'm convinced this is the way to go. And again, she needs to check the record.
The only way rents are going down now, and they're not, is if the corporations, landlord corporations, finally realize they hit the limit, that there simply aren't any more people able to move into their overpriced units. So here's the petition from Christy Wong. Tam, I'm going to toss this into the SandBox for people. And yeah, we don't need to go over this, but you can fill that out. I'll put this over on the other thing for me. This is also another one from the Ontario NDP. So it's a different petition, but about the same thing. Toss this into the SandBox. Then what's this one? Okay, so I'll do that. And, you know, there are other ways of fighting when it comes to housing and housing accessibility that people don't tend to pay attention to, but we have horrible people in this country. Shocking. NIMBYs, not to my backyarders. And they're a huge problem when it comes to secure housing, accessible neighborhoods, having shelters built for people in need, all that sort of stuff. And this person is rightly pointing out that it's those NIMBYs that are angry enough, that are selfish enough, that have the energy to go out to municipal board meetings and bitch away about how the world is not fair to them. We need more people who would support the Yes in My Backyard movement, the to have, you know, a pizza place. This is about a pizza place in their neighborhood, because who doesn't want to have a pizza place on the corner? I want a pizza place on the corner. You know, like I want to be able to walk out my door. In fact, fuck it. I want a pizza place in my lobby. You know, I want to just be able to take the elevator down and get a slice of pizza. You know, like that would be amazing. But here is some pretentious white Karen being like, it'd just be devastating to the neighborhood to have a pizza place. So Alex is pointing out, everyone who's pissed about this and lives in Toronto, you can take power back for yourself. These people only matter because they show up. You can do the same. This will be before council on November 12th. At a minimum, you can call or email your councillor and tell them to support expanding retail options in neighborhoods. Better yet, come to the council and directly face-to-face, tell directly face-to-face what you think. The more policy making is made based on fear-mongering, the more garbage policy making will be made. And so they were quote tweeting Eric here saying, Toronto's NIMBY live on another planet than the rest of us. This woman lives in the Trinity Bellwoods, one of the most popular neighborhoods in the entire country, specifically because of its vibrant small businesses and mixed urbanism. Most normal people can only dream of living in this expensive neighborhood. 90% of people react to the best slice of pizza in the city opening around the corner from them with, this is awesome. But not this crank, yet Toronto councillors decided to cater to a handful of miserable voices who look at local success and say, You know what? This sucks, actually. We should have less of it.
I wouldn't want to live next door to it. But definitely Pizza Badali is a huge issue, and it's been an issue for the church across the street. They've had to block off their stairs because of garbage issues, and there's lineups down
And tell people to put their fucking garbage in the garbage.
the block. And it's definitely had adverse impacts on the neighbors that live close by. And that's exactly an example of a destination business that not only attracts people from Toronto, but internationally.
Oh my God. International. If that pizza place is so fucking good, it attracts international people. I want that pizza place. I want that pizza place. I want it in my hall. If it is that good. It attracts people. Oh my gosh. People, unknown people, people who might be brown might come to my neighborhood. No, the horror. With pizza that's so fucking good. It has international travelers coming here for a slice.
So then I will ask you this question.
I wouldn't want to live next door to it.
Okay.
But definitely
Yeah.
pizza.
You wouldn't want to live next door to it. Aw, then move. She has the money. So also, I won't be showing this video because it's like 28 minutes long, but I'll put it in the SandBox for people. So Mark Carney, and this is from The Breach, they do fantastic journalism here in Canada. Mark Carney and Doug Ford keep serving big landlords. Economist Ricardo Tranjan joins Desmond Cole to discuss how Ford and Carney's housing policies heavily favors corporate landlords. I watched the video earlier today, and it is definitely worth a watch. So I will toss this into the SandBox for people. Okay. Main shot. Can close that. Can close that. Put this over here for later for me to sign. Put this over here for later for me to sign. Okay. And then what one will I be doing next? So it's more provincial stuff, right? Okay. Oh, no, that's federal. And that's provincial. Okay, so I'll do it that way. So we have a federal related docket, another provincial related docket, and then my, well, shit docket. Let's put those in order. There we go. Get that out of my ear hole. I might need to go get more chocolate. Keep my energy going. Okay. Andrew saying, meanwhile, the Green Party of England and Wales recently passed a policy called Abolish Landlords. Oh, one could dream. I like, that's the thing. I had on my channel Eve's Angler, somebody who wants to become a candidate in the NDP leadership race. He is not yet. He needs to just go for it now at this point. Anyway, that's a whole other sidetrack. But he said something during the interview that I'm like, yes, please. When he's like, we need to do expropriation of housing. I'm like, yes, we need that bold stuff because there's so many empty units sitting around doing nothing. They're just investments for rich people. They just need to be taken. Like, that's it. You just take them. You know, old office buildings that aren't being used anymore, just take it, convert it into housing. Because we need a lot of diverse types of housing. So some, like a dormitory style housing from an office building where, you know, a person gets a room or something, but then they have like communal washrooms and all that sort of stuff. That's fine for some people. Some people prefer that type of thing. But then some people need their own apartments. Some people are fine with a teeny tiny apartment. Some people need a bit of a larger apartment because, you know, they spend a lot of time at home or something. You need a variety of options for people. There's no one solution. But something that would help everyone, socialized housing. Yeah, I've been hearing good things about the Green Party over in the UK. I haven't seen the interview between Hassan Piker and I know his name, Zach Polanski. I'm horrible at recall things like that. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm very interested in watching it. Because, you know, that's the thing. When the right wing often sees what other areas get away with, other nations, states, and think, well, if they got away with it, we can do it and then some. So we need to start doing that in the reverse. Like, we need more cross-pond solidarity, cross-border solidarity. So it's like, this is why I care about the New York mayoral election. This is why I care about, like, if the Greens come to power in the UK and stuff, is that it will show that these types of things are not only possible, but popular. And it might help the NDP here get its act together. Or it might help other more progressive people stand up and say, you know what, we want that too. So, you know, a win in one area is a win for everyone. I want pizza now too, Wild West, and welcome to the SandBox. And hello, Looney Tunes and Soul Life. Ethan is agreeable. Yeah. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Place where I can go and get a fresh slice every now and then. Oh my God. Andrew, it's like mod rule around here now. Yeah, all of a sudden all the mods come out. Soul Life, I have a pizza place almost directly next to my house. Been there decades. Then it burnt down. Aww. Then it was rebuilt. Then a decade later, it was sold to non-Italians. It sucked. Went out of business. Aww. Let's see. Hello, Trevor Borens. My favorite pizza place moved to the other end of the city, and now we don't get good pizza. It's too bad. Yeah, my favorite pizza place is not near me at all, but whenever I'm in that area, I totally want to get a slice from them. The reference frame here in Quebec, if you don't buy your cheese from the right people, your pizza place will burn down, allegedly. You got the cheese cartel going on there? Hello, Grand Theft Auto. Everyone's coming out to talk about pizza. Grand Theft Autobot, I want to live next door to a pizza place. Yes. I want pizza places. Pizza place for everyone. That is what I'm going to run on. When I try running again for politics, I'll be running on pizza places for everyone. I got the name right, Andrew says. Zach Polanski. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Though I'm horrible with, like, recall of things. Okay. Still so much to go through. Let's see. 3 more dockets. 3 more dockets. We can do this. We can power through. Actually, not doing too bad for time, actually, then. But still, I want to power through it so that I can actually relax after this, because part of the issue is doing these super long live streams like I do is that I just want to fall over when I'm done and I need time to decompress. And so when I'm done these, it's still a few hours before I go to bed and I have to actually like get up tomorrow and all. It's, yeah. Anyway. Ethan says that they would have my vote if it was pizza places for everyone. Mm-hmm. Okay, so back to federal news, although this will look provincial at first. So there was a ruling in the Supreme Court that really got people up in arms. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this. They're going to let people who are into CP get away from jail scot-free. We need mandatory minimums to lock them up forever. And we're outraged. Well, let's get a little bit more into it to find out what the nuance is. So Danielle Smith, of course, chiming into this again. This is a federal Supreme Court ruling because criminal law is federal here in Canada. So she's referring to an article from the National Post. So already, if you know anything about the National Post, you gotta know it's a right-wing rag. So their framing is completely off. So Supreme Court strike down 1-year mandatory sentence for CP possession. Danielle Smith says the possession of CP is a heinous crime and even 1-year minimum sentence is already far too lenient. We call for the federal government to immediately invoke the Constitution's Notwithstanding clause to overturn this ruling and ensure the protection of our children. Yes, we don't like the court's ruling on this, so we need to use the Notwithstanding clause. And, you know, this is getting everyone all upset because everyone is against CP, obviously. Like, that's not in question. That's bad. It's wrong. We should never, you know, there should be consequences for it. And Doug Ford is also chiming in on this. I can't believe it. The Supreme Court ruled against a 1-year mandatory minimum sentences for possession and access to CP. These people are predators, disgusting scumbags who prey on children, belong behind bars for the rest of their miserable lives. The Notwithstanding clause... All these conservatives are so quick to use the Notwithstanding clause. Was designed to protect the will of the people. The federal government needs to use it to overturn this decision immediately. Let's see. Oh, yep. Pierre Poilievre also had something to say about this. Again, the framing from the National Post is very off, and we'll get to it. But first, let's hear what Pierre Poilievre had to say about this. I'm sorry to do this. And of course, he's also saying, you got to use the Notwithstanding clause to overrule the courts, because the courts got it wrong. They got it wrong.
This ruling is wrong-headed. And I would oppose the ruling, and I would use the Notwithstanding clause to overturn it. And my future government will introduce mandatory prison sentences for possession of child pornography so that dirtbags like this go away for a very long time.
Some of the
There's some important nuance in this that is totally being ignored by this. And again, it's just the idea that they're bragging about being authoritarian. They're telling us that this is the type of government that they'll be, that if they don't like a court ruling, that they will then use the Notwithstanding clause to get their own way. And even criminals here in Canada have certain rights that should be protected. And believe it or not, this isn't actually about CP. It's just how they're framing it. But the idea that they're already threatening to use a Notwithstanding clause, because again, the way they're framing it makes everyone angry, gets everyone alarmed, because of course everyone's against CP. And so it enrages people when you hear it alone. And then it's like, yeah, if the courts are going to rule this way, then of course, use the notwithstanding clause, because, you know, once we start using it for one thing, then they're going to start using it for everything. And Pierre Poilievre has already said that he would consider using it for bail reform on a federal level should he get in. Again, even criminals here in Canada have certain protected rights.
The reasoning from the justices was that they could see a scenario where two 18-year-olds exchange images and then have a mandatory minimum imposed on them. I don't know what you make of that reasoning.
I think the Supreme Court needs to get away from these imaginary scenarios.
Is it really that imaginary?
The scenario before them was two men in possession over a long period of time of hundreds of images and videos that were made by torturing innocent children. And with those facts in front of them, their conclusion actually should have been that the sentence should have been much more than the 1 year and 9 months that the two dirtbag offenders received. They should go away for a very long time. Frankly, if I had my way as a father, I would lock them up and throw away the key.
Yeah, for predators out there who collect, compile, abuse, torture children, yeah, let's lock them up. There's no debate about that, but mandatory minimum sentences doesn't mean that, you know, they don't get punished. They should, and in a lot of cases, they should get a lot more time than they actually do. There are issues within the court systems and stuff, but this isn't what this is about. Also, Pierre Poilievre doesn't give a fuck about the kids because, just a reminder, Pierre Poilievre, 700,000 kids are lined up at food banks every month. Also, Pierre Poilievre votes against school food programs for kids who are hungry. Shake my head. No, gotta start at the beginning so we don't hear that music.
700,000 kids are lined up at food banks every single month.
And then here we have that he voted against school food programs for hungry children. He doesn't actually care about kids unless he can use them as a prop. So, the breakdown, Alberta, I'm going to start closing some of these. Well, they got into some back and forth with people because they actually dabbled in this, because normally they just deal with provincial stuff. But again, this is more federal level. And they add some nuance to this. So basically, to clear the air, this wasn't about CP. This was about, the ruling was about mandatory minimum sentences. That's what the ruling was about. And if they should exist. And then what they did was they had, here's some hypothetical situations that are reasonable, and in fact probably have happened. And if we can foresee these situations coming to light that would be inappropriate for a mandatory minimum sentence, then we shouldn't have mandatory minimum sentences imposed just blanket across the board. So the breakdown says our DMs are bonkers today. Yesterday, the breakdown made the choice to try and argue the recent Supreme Court decision needs to be presented and interpreted in the context of what it actually was. We stand by that decision. The decision was one of the constitutionality of mandatory minimums. It had nothing to do with CP. It was about mandatory minimums. But this was an example used as to why mandatory minimums might not be a good thing. So it weighed whether there are risks that mandatory minimums didn't account for real world scenarios where it could cause harm beyond what is appropriate. This is the 17 and 18-year-old example. So this was an example brought up during the case. For the purposes of the instant appeal, the reasonable foreseeable scenario chosen is that in which an 18-year-old receives on his cell phone from his friend of the same age a sext originally from the friend's girlfriend, who is 17 years old. The individual keeps the image on his cell phone. and looks at the photograph during a brief period of time, knowing that it constitutes as CP. In the age of digital communication, it is not far-fetched that an 18-year-old receives from a friend an image corresponding to the definition of CP. The fact that the representative offender is 18 years old and has no criminal record is also foreseeable. Concerning the first stage of the constitutional analysis, although the acts committed by representative offender are serious and deserve to be denounced, they fall at the lowest end of the gravity scale for the crimes of accessing and possessing of CP. Furthermore, the offender's youth and the absence of criminal record invite restraint. Concerning the second stage, imposing a sentence of 1 year imprisonment on the 18-year-old representative offender, when a fit sentence would be conditional discharge with strict probationary terms, would be grossly disproportionate. So, yes. So here in Canada, it's a bit complicated. The age of consent here in Canada is 16. Despite what some people think, it's only 16. That should be raised to 18 because there's this weird gray area that between 16 and 18, well, anything below 18, image-wise, is considered CP. So if a 17-year-old has a 27-year-old relationship, like has a relationship with somebody who's 27, that's technically legal, but I would say very morally wrong in Canada. So then that 17-year-old would not be able to share intimate images of themselves with their partner. I personally think the age of consent needs to be raised. And then this little gray area would go away. But there's also other situations where things will get downloaded to a cloud of the teacher or something, and there might be students passing around their own intimate images and stuff, and then suddenly it's in the possession of the teacher. Is the teacher going to be held responsible? The same thing for different types of parents that might have access to cloud stuff of their children without realizing that it's there. There are scenarios where there shouldn't be a mandatory minimum. And this is basically, the crime is if there's an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old and there are no romantic relationship, and the 18-year-old receives an intimate image of the 17-year-old, their crime is turning 18 before they did. So breakdown continues by saying, it is not unreasonable to argue that sentencing needs to address the situation before the courts. Mandatory minimums don't allow for that. It's just that simple. And so it's not just mandatory minimums when it comes to things like CP. This would be mandatory minimums on whatever they determine mandatory minimums are on. And it's just, we shouldn't have them. But the issue has become profoundly weaponized and misrepresented by those who gain from an incensed and misinformed public. Who's farming the outrage? Overwhelmingly politicians and pundits. That should be profoundly telling. The whole situation offers a masterclass on the anatomy of rage farming. Misrepresent an issue that carries tremendous emotional energy and then pour more gasoline on that fire. It's irresponsible, but leaders in media and politics are doing exactly that with glee. And we just saw 2 premiers and 1 opposition leader doing just that. The fact that our DMs are full of demands for us to apologize for supporting the creating and disseminating of CP demonstrates how effective this faith strategy is. So basically, because they posted that article stating that this is one of the examples, people are accusing the breakdown of supporting CP, which was not the case, not at all. So they say we have nothing to apologize as we have never held that position. The death of democracy is foreshadowed by the willful murder of nuance. We have nothing interest in being an accomplice to that crime, which, to be clear, is what being played out in real time on social media platforms across Canada. The creation and distribution of CP is one of the most abhorrent crimes in the criminal code. Here at the breakdown, we would argue that if anything, the conversation should be about increasing maximum sentences where appropriate. I concur with that. But for those who believe we can somehow be bullied into issuing apologies, you clearly know nothing of our work. We also appreciate all the messages and comments of support. While Nuance may well be on life support, it isn't dead yet. Thank you for that. Another point, the number of political actors who are willingly to knowingly misrepresent this issue is frankly disgusting because they're weaponizing the victims of CP for their own political gain. They aren't concerned about anything other than politics. And so there's a YouTube video on this as well from City News that goes into more detail about this.
A controversial call as the Supreme Court of Canada rules 5-4 that the mandatory minimum sentence for possession of child pornography isn't constitutional.
When the courts look at mandatory minimum sentences, they do not look at the offenses of the person who is charged with the crime.
Previous decisions mean the Supreme Court is allowed to look at hypothetical cases when judging constitutionality of the law. In this case, justices considered the possibility of an 18-year-old receiving explicit images from another 18-year-old of that second person's 17-year-old girlfriend. That first 18-year-old didn't ask for the image, but now possesses child pornography.
If there is a reasonably foreseeable scenario in which someone could be prosecuted and charged and sentenced under the same provision, if there's a reasonable possibility of that, then the sentence as a whole is unconstitutional.
Law professor.
And I would say it's very reasonable that that sort of thing happens in this day and age with the amount of apps and pictures and social medias and just this online presence and this idea that you have to have a brand online. And like, that's the thing. I can't imagine what it's like for teenagers these days when your entire life is on social media and without really necessarily grasping how these images will never go away once they get shared, once they get posted. It doesn't matter how much you trust your partner. Never do this. Never do this. Like, I can't imagine what it's like for teenagers this day with the access to phones and social media and wanting to be, what's the word? Not hyped up, wanting to be noticed, I guess, in a way, because they're all trying to build their brands online. And it's about the engagement and everything. And, you know, they're not thinking straight at that age. And yeah, there needs to be more done in society to protect children from this sort of behavior. And there needs to be more things done to the big corporations that don't take away the rights of other people. So I'm not keen on the whole idea of age verification stuff. But this is a societal issue that needs to be dealt with. It's a parenting issue that parents quite honestly need help with, because this isn't something that has been around for generations. It literally came around in like half a generation.
Sir Paul Daly notes the disagreement among Supreme Court justices isn't about using hypotheticals. It's about if that hypothetical case of the 18-year-old is relevant to what's being judged. The 4 dissenting justices wrote that they believe case law says hypothetical scenarios should not be remote, that the case of the 18-year-old isn't one that should apply in the case being judged. The majority justices disagreed, writing their colleagues are focusing on the word remote and not looking at how likely that case is.
If it could foreseeably be imposed on someone who it shouldn't be imposed on, then other people get the benefit of that conclusion.
The Canadian Civil Liberties Association intervened in this case to argue that the Supreme Court should continue to apply hypotheticals as it has in the past, but they underlined that this decision is not about letting anybody convicted of child pornography off easy.
What the court also very clearly said is that the maximum sentence imposed by Parliament is completely appropriate, that these offenses are serious offenses that attract denunciation and deterrence in sentencing.
This is going to be the responsibility of the Liberal government to swiftly take action to correct this, to make sure that anyone who commits this offense does a sentence in jail that reflects the seriousness and the heinous nature of these crimes.
Conservative ethics critic Michael Barrett argues the responsibility now falls on the Liberal Party to make this right in law. In a statement to City News, a spokesperson for Justice Minister and Attorney General Sean Fraser said they're aware of the decision and reviewing its implications carefully, adding, in the coming months, our government will introduce new measures from our campaign platform to better protect children from horrific crimes. In Ottawa, Shao.
And I have serious doubts that the Liberal government is going to say or do anything about this, because the instant they do, the Conservatives will accuse them of supporting CP. But just a reminder of how Weasley Pierre Poilievre is. He's so pathetic. So somebody was pointing out, watch Pierre weasel his way out of answering questions. Again, look at his Conservative colleagues who had to answer for Pierre with that deer in the headlights look on their faces. Pathetic. I'm not going to play this with volume all the way because there's some music on in the background. I don't know if that'll get me in trouble.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good to be with you. Thank you very much, everybody. Good to be with you.
Oh, sorry, do you want a quick moment?
So he just runs away, and then it's like, and here's his like, oh, I guess I'll answer the questions. As he sneaks back behind them. It's like, well, I didn't really have to leave. I just didn't want to answer that question. Oh, did you want to answer it? No, you go answer it, not me. You answer it, not me. No, take it over. Take it over. You got it. You're good. You got it. You go for it. Feel free to answer it. Nope, stay there. And so remember, this is the guy was outraged by that court ruling. Now in front of a crowd that could potentially have children in it, telling a sex joke. Does he really care about kids? Because some of those people behind him look awfully young. And to have this mid-aged man telling a sex joke in front of them. And apparently it's not even an original sex joke. It's one that Ronald Reagan told because this guy can't think of anything unique to save his life.
And up. It reminds me of the lady who got married for her 4th time. And as she was leaving the wedding hall and driving with her new husband to the hotel, she said, "I'm feeling a little bit nervous." He said, "Why?" She said, "This is my first time being with a man." And he said, "Well, how is that possible? You've been married 3 times already." And she said, "Well, each of my prior husbands had a condition. My first husband had a heart condition. And so when we got back to the hotel room, he got so excited that sadly he died of a heart attack."
I'm sorry, but how old are these kids behind him? They look awfully young. For him to just say, oh yeah, so the woman said that her first husband got so excited at the thought of having sex that he had a heart attack. Har, 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 har. Like, this is disgusting.
My second husband had an eye condition, and so he didn't see a tree as he was driving back to the hotel, and he hit it and didn't survive the crash. And the man said, "What about your third husband? What was his condition?" She said, "Well, he was a liberal." And so every night he would just sit at the end of the bed and promise how good it would one day be.
Yeah, she looks very comfortable right there with this pervert in front of her talking about sex and joking about it. And as he's recycling a joke from Ronald Reagan, apparently. Absolutely disgusting. And so Heather McPherson, who's currently a candidate for the NDP leadership, just pointing out that Mark Carney kind of sucks. And I want to see more of this. So Mark Carney is telling Canadians they need to tighten their belts, but Canadians are already doing that. The federal budget needs to include real measures for building Canadian and creating Canadian jobs.
Everything we've heard from Mark Carney makes me think this is going to be a really hard budget for the New Democrats to support.
Oh, and by the way, I'm showing these next couple because the budget's coming out this week, the federal budget. And so it's a money bill and all that sort of stuff. So there's always the chance that the government could collapse if the other parties don't vote in favor for it. I think that's unlikely at this point because the NDP is currently going through a leadership race. They don't exactly want an election right now. And with the Conservative Party, their leadership review is coming up. It's quite possible Pierre isn't going to make it. And so then there might be a leadership race for the Conservative Party. So it would be a very bad time for an election for them as well. So I don't think there's going to be a risk of it failing at this time.
I mean, he's talking about cuts to services that Canadians depend upon. He's talking about things that will put people in a more precarious position. He's telling Canadians they're going to have to tighten their belt, but Canadians are already doing that, right. And Canadians are deeply concerned about their jobs. We saw 3,000 jobs flee Canada with Stellantis. Just today, we know that there's going to be about 120 steel workers that are going to lose their jobs, and they're going to be moved to India tomorrow if the government doesn't take immediate steps. If we get this budget on November 4th, and we see investments in jobs, if we see investments in, if those big nation-building projects across this country are in fact going to get Canadian workers working, are going to be built with Canadian materials, then there's a much better chance of him getting that budget passed than if he comes in with an austerity budget, because an austerity budget just means cutting services that Canadians depend upon, and New Democrats can't support that. We don't believe in that.
So we'll have to see if they follow through with it, if it is an austerity budget, if the NDP will vote in favor of it or not. Nobody wants an election right now. And, this whole idea of you need to tighten things up. It's kind of like telling somebody who relies on ODSP, you need to budget better with your groceries. It's not the fact that we don't have money to budget with. It's that we need to budget better. So maybe instead of skipping meals, why don't you just skip days that you don't eat? Is pretty much what's happening here. And so this is from Leah Gazan again. It's too bad she's not running to be leader, but I can also understand that she probably figures that she's more free to just be herself and get things passed and put forth bills as an MP versus trying to become a leader. I get the sense she figures she can be more productive this way. So NDP Women and Gender Equality critic Leah Gazan reacts to government's wage announcement. So I'd like to share my heartfelt congratulations with women's organizations from across Canada. Yesterday's funding announcement for women and gender equality wage, a victory which belongs entirely to the forefront advocates who refuse to stay silent. This funding only happened because of frontline organizations fought for it. For months, it looked like Liberals were ready to gut wage and wipe out essential programs protecting women and gender diverse people. I'm relieved their voices were finally heard, but this fight isn't over. If this government truly believes in gender equality, it needs to prove it in the budget next week. You can't claim to stand with women and gender diverse people one day and slash childcare, pharmacare, or reproductive health the next. Right now, Canada continues to face an epidemic of intimate partner violence, national emergency of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, ongoing gender-based economic disparities, and rising anti-2S LGBTQIA hate. More than ever, we need stable, long-term investment in program service infrastructure promoting gender equality in women and 2S LGBTQIA plus organizations. This announcement is a win for advocates, but equality can't depend on who shouts the loudest. It must be guaranteed. Yeah. That's the thing. When the people push back, if there's enough pressure, we can get things done. But we need that done. So here the serfs are pointing out something that Mark Carney says, because Mark Carney is saying To build Canada strong, we have to protect and empower each other. Budget 2025 will ensure organizations that address gender-based violence, protect 2S LGBTQI plus communities, and empower women in leadership roles have funding they need to continue the vital work. And those are just words. The proof was in the pudding, as they say. I don't believe a single thing Mark Carney says until it's actually enacted. And the Surf is just pointing out $100 billion for attack submarines and $20 billion on fighter jets, hiring over 1,000 RCMP officers while cutting social programs that help working class. He's hyper-militarizing and destroying the social safety nets while pretending it's to protect vulnerable communities. And Eves Angler was also talking about that. And again, there's some things I don't agree with Eves on, but when it comes to anti-military, he's very strong on that subject. And so Eves is just pointing out Carney is visiting a shipyard tomorrow to purchase 100 billion attack submarines. They're also spending 80 billion on offensive surface combatants and 20 billion on fighter jets. Government has endless resources to bolster U.S. power projection while slashing Canada Post and programs for the working class. Yes, Mark Carney is doing so much for the military right now. Like, wants 5% of our GDP to go towards NATO and all this sort of stuff. And it's just... I was not thinking about this. Like, Mark Carney didn't give me the impression this is where he was going. This is the direction he was going when he was running for leader. That he would be so pro-military.
Mark Carney's going to be visiting a South Korean shipyard to spend between 60 and 100 billion dollars on a dozen submarines with long-range underwater missile capacity. This is on top of the $80 billion they're spending on the surface combatant naval vessels, $20 billion on fighter jets. You could build over 500,000 social housing, co-op housing units for the $200 billion or so they're spending on these weaponry, all designed to be interoperable with the U.S. weapon systems so the Canadian military can assist the U.S. empire in its global power projection. At the same time, we have an austerity budget coming. We have Mark Carney cutting back, slashing Canada Post, cutting back on social programs. Also, we can devote ever more to the U.S. war machine. Absolutely needs to be condemned. It's a danger to the world, and it's a threat to Canadian social programs.
And again, from Heather McPherson, all Canadians deserve access to healthcare regardless of where they live. That's why the Canada Healthcare Act forcing Alberta to pay for COVID vaccines is wrong. The federal government should step in every time a Conservative premier undermines our public healthcare. So we heard earlier from an MLA in Alberta, and this is Heather McPherson just saying, you know what? Maybe the federal government should be doing its fucking job, because a lot of the provincial governments are working on privatizing the healthcare, even though that goes against the Healthcare Act. And the federal government is supposed to be cracking down on these provincial governments, and they're not, and they haven't been. And the provincial governments have just been getting away with it. And it's high time that the federal government actually got its act together and did what it's supposed to do.
Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans are being charged $100 for a COVID-19 vaccination, while other Canadians...
And I just got, last week, my COVID vaccination along with my flu vaccination. So if you can, go get them.
Canadians are getting their vaccinations for free. The Canada Health Act guarantees access to necessary health services for everyone, regardless of where they live. But this government is doing nothing while premiers break the law and Canadians' health suffers. I wrote to the Prime Minister about this months ago, and I have yet to hear back from him. So I'm asking the Prime Minister today, why is he refusing to enforce the Canada Health Act so Canadians get the health care they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to say to my colleague that we...
And for those of you who are confused, it's because she's speaking French. That's why there's a translator right now.
We indeed believe in vaccines. The science is very clear on vaccines. We are working closely with the provinces and territories to accelerate vaccination rates. Vaccines, which are necessary, which are absolutely necessary, are covered by the provinces, and I am working with her province of Alberta to increase.
Yeah, it's just basically like, oh yeah, they're important and everything. We're going to work with them to increase them and blah, 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 but they're not going to do their fucking job. That is the end of it. That is the end of it. Okay. Close those. So then we got a bit more provincial news before we get to the, well, shit docket. But before we do that, let's check out what people are saying in the sandbox. So life as a post-secondary student, someone who's out of high school, a student in something beyond high school. High school, secondary education, so post-secondary. Okay, let's see. No, you guys have been chatting up. I'm having to scroll up pretty high to get to where I was. That's good. Okay, there's the pizza talk. BCAT, I do not understand Maple MAGA voters. That is a thing. The Wild West, it's normal to wear poppies in Canada. Yeah, they get mailed to people. They're available all over the place. Poppies are... It's a mainstay. And then there's on the 11th hour at the 11th minute, there's a moment of silence. There'll be ceremonies. You know, school-age children will be attending the ceremonies and stuff all over the place around like military memorials and whatnot. Yeah. It's still a fairly big thing here. The reference frame, Sandy knows internet culture going from a story on pizza places to a story about CP. Yeah. The Wild West. Hey, my birthday is November 11th. Well, happy birthday. Looney Tunes 9000, what if Maple MAGA dies? Well, they're not the ones getting vaccines, so... BCAT, so PP will definitely speak out about the PDF running the states right now, right? Yeah. No, they never say anything about that for some reason. BCAT, teach your kids to respect their peers' privacy. Uh-huh. It's a societal issue. It's you know, it's educating, it's teaching kids about empathy, compassion, respect, consent, all of that, all of that. Andrew saying our age of consent is 16 here too. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think it's 18 in Canada. It's not. It's 16, and that was only raised to 16 from 14 in 2008. And so there's the close age clauses for children 12 to 16, like if they're within 2 years. And then 16, they can consent. There's the only reasons they can't is if the person they're in a relationship would have a position of authority over them. So a teacher or a doctor or something. But, you know, if their neighbor down the street is 40 years old and they're 16, there's nothing legally that can stop them. Andrew, I don't think we have that weird gray area with CP being under 18, though. Yeah, it's like you can consent to relationships, but you can't pass intimate materials. Yeah, so they can't participate in anything pornography related, and they shouldn't. I'm fine with that. But it seems like a weird disconnect that they can consent to sex, but they can't do those, you know, other things that you would think people who can consent to sex do. So why don't we just up the age of consent to 18 so that they match up? I'd be fine with it going higher, actually, because young folks these days they're a bit behind, it feels like, developmentally. Soul Life saying, I read about a father that was charged for sending images of his child's rash to telehealth professional at their request. Yeah, there are reasons. Moonmai, Sandy run on regulated vet fees too. That'd be nice if we could add that into the Canada Healthcare Act. So, Liv, did you hear about it, how they've discovered that COVID causes your body to forget all diseases for once had memory and fighting? I wonder if this is why measles is on the rise. No, measles is on the rise because people aren't vaccinating their kids. And that's why it's on the rise. And I haven't heard that, so I don't think that's a thing. What I have heard, and there have been studies, is that people who've had COVID vaccines fight cancer better. That there's something in it that in the vaccines that helps the person's body fight cancer. But I haven't heard anything about resetting the immune system, and I'd be skeptical of that claim. In fact, I am skeptical of that claim. Andrew, are you just learning that I had my 5-year anniversary for this channel yesterday? Let's see. Andrew, WTF, is this supposed to be a joke? Talking about that joke Pierre was telling? BCat, you can't tell because PP has the personality of toilet paper holder handy. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, maybe he should become a comedian instead. I'd prefer that. Let's see. Andrew, we had a politician lecturing poor families how they could prepare a meal for 30p. Guess what? It was beans on toast. Yeah, I saw a post recently about somebody scolding people who are losing their food stamps because somebody was saying, like, it'd be nice to just be able to buy their children cookies from time to time. And they're saying, well, flour, chocolate chips, and sugar and blah, blah, blah are all covered by food stamps. You can get it that way. Or like having to rely on food stamps and how food stamps are restrictive. Not that they've lost it. How food stamps won't allow them to buy things like cookies for their kids. And then somebody pointing out, well, you can buy all the ingredients. Can you buy the time they need to do the baking? Can you buy the knowledge on how to bake, the effort? Can you buy the oven that they might need to bake these in if they don't have it? A lot of people do not understand what poverty is. It doesn't mean that you're just denied luxuries. It means for a lot of people who live with poverty, they don't have access to a working stove. So then what? Some people don't even have a fridge that they can store things in. So then what? Andrew Carney been talking to Keir Starmer too much, I think. Well, Mark Carney used to be the CEO of the Bank of England. I imagine they're buddies. It jumped. Oh, no, I saw that. The Wild West. Who are we going to war with? Why? Yeah. The need to build up our military, like the way Mark Carney is just, we don't need it. We don't. Let's see. Looney Tunes, I'm sorry, is there a Canadian RFK Jr. in the room? Danielle Smith. Yeah, I used to wear the poppy and stuff like that, as a way to support, veterans, but I don't see it like that anymore. Because I support ending the wars that make them into veterans. Or support ending the military that makes them into veterans. Let's see. Actually, I have some cookies that I could eat. I'm kind of nibbly because here's the thing. I've been working on these dockets since the morning, and I'm not going to get done for another 2 hours. I didn't really have a meal in between when I started working. Like, I had my breakfast when I began working, but I haven't really had a meal since. I had a snack, and so I get really nibbly this time of night, but I hate eating on camera. Have a good night, Yori. Thanks for coming out. Okay, why don't we get into the next docket? So, remember when Danielle Smith was like, I hate how, it's so arrogant for politicians to just pass bills without consultation, to rush them through. And then she went and did the same thing. Well, you see, it's not just her. Generally speaking, it's every government that wants to pass a bill that they know is not popular. Liberals have done it, and of course, the provincial conservatives here in Ontario, Doug Ford. So Mike Schreiner, he's the leader of the Green Party in Ontario, saying the Ford government is starting out this session the same way they do every session, ramming through legislation without consulting with the people of Ontario. That's why I voted no on their motion to fast-track 3 government bills. Just ram them through. Bill 60 being one of them that he wants to ram through. Debate and public consultation are critical to democracy. I can't support a motion that shuts out the people of Ontario from having their say on the issues that matter to them. And so here's Colin DeMello. So not only has Bill 60 happened, but Doug Ford has decided, you know what, I'm going to mess around with election laws here. I'm going to make it so that it's not a fixed date and people can donate a whole hell of a lot more. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Yeah. And the thing is that people are saying, well, this will allow Doug Ford to be up into office. I forget what the year is off the top of my head. But the thing is that Doug Ford is quite savvy at playing the political game. He's not going to wait till the end of his term because it has to be within 5 years. He's not going to wait till the end. What he's going to do is wait until he thinks he's popular enough for whatever bullshit reason that he can persuade enough people to come out and vote for him while getting other people too apathetical to come out. It's like what he did last time. There didn't need to be a provincial election earlier this winter. And the fact that it was in winter was an indication of what he was trying to do. And I have a couple videos on it. People can go check it out. He was doing that as a political maneuver because he was saying, yep, we need to deal with Donald Trump and his terror threats and blah, blah, blah. So what am I going to do? I'm going to shut down the provincial government so that we can have an election during this vital time so that I can have a mandate. But he already had one. He just did it because he knew he was popular in the moment and could win the vote, and he will do this again.
Premier, these changes to the Election Act, are you just tightening your grip on democracy in Ontario?
No, this is, as far as I was concerned, this is a fake law put in by the...
That is very quiet.
These changes to the Election Act, are you just tightening your grip on democracy in Ontario?
No, this is, as far as I was concerned, this is a fake law put in by the Liberal government. They have it over...
Excuse me, fake law? There are fake laws, in this province, apparently. They're not real. They're imaginary. They're fake. What? What the hell is this even supposed to mean? If it's on the books, it's not a fake law. It's in reality.
Over in Nova Scotia, an open election date, there's certain criteria that we have to meet. But this is just a Liberal, I could call it a fake law. So anyways, we're going to move forward and call an election when the time is appropriate to make sure that I think it's up to 5 years, but it could be 4, it could be 3.
It gives the incumbent government a huge advantage.
Well, they've been doing this for years. The federal government prior to the Liberals, they had an open election. Nova Scotia has it, other jurisdictions do. The UK has it, Australia has it. And
the only time they quote things outside the country is when they're cherry picking things that back up what they want.
Just because the Liberals, the last government that messed up our province, decided to do this.
No, actually, the last government in this province was the Ford government. They've been in power since 2018. If there's anything wrong in the province now, you can't blame it on the Liberals anymore. He's had plenty of time to fix it.
Doesn't mean it has to be done just because they put it in. Any other questions?
Why raise the campaign donation limits to $5,000?
If you can't hear anything Looney Tunes, it's because it's only playing on one audio track as opposed to two. So if you're listening through earbuds, you might have to switch your earbuds.
I mean, what average person can actually donate $5,000 right now?
Well, it's the same as the City of Toronto. We were well behind the City of Toronto. You can donate $5,000 to a mayoral candidate. Why can't you do it here? It's very similar to other provinces across the country. So we're just keeping up to the balance of the other provinces. But if you look on our donations and you divide out how many people donated, I think the average is about $15, $20. Maybe someone could do the math. I'll find that out for you. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, sorry. I know that one was quiet. It was because whatever reason, it was only playing on one audio track instead of the two. I cranked it up as loud as, like, pretty loud. But if you're hearing through speakers, only one speaker will work, not the other. So not all the videos are like that, fortunately. So so that was from Colin DeMello. This is from Tina. Another reporter, the premier just wants to extend his stay in power as long as possible. That's what Merritt Style is saying. And yeah, it's true. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Are you just tightening your grip on democracy in Ontario?
This is, as far as I was concerned, this is a fake law put in by the Liberal government.
It was a Liberal law, and Doug Ford's PC government is now scrapping it. Ontario can say goodbye to fixed election dates. The Premier will now decide when elections should be held. Critics are calling it a self-serving political power grab.
We're going to move forward and call an election when the time is appropriate.
There will still be a maximum 5-year limit between elections, but without a set timetable, only the governments in power will know exactly when the next election will be held.
So they could spring this at any time. And the issue with that too, like when it was a set date, the other parties could at least work towards that. Not that the NDP, I know personally, the NDP was shit at doing this and getting ready. That means that they could start making sure that all their riding associations and everything had a candidate ready to go, start building up momentum, all that sort of stuff. But he could literally call an election tomorrow then. And more than half, way more than half, like 90%, like basically anyone who isn't an incumbent, those seats you would need to get leaders, or not leaders, you would need to get candidates ready to go. And with such short notice, they're going to get shit candidates. And they don't have time to build up their names in the communities to get their word out there and everything. So this is definitely a disadvantage for the other parties, not knowing when the next election is going to be held and not having any idea. And Doug Ford basically did that last winter too.
Gives the incumbent government a huge advantage.
Well, they've been doing this for years, the federal government prior to the Liberals.
And then just repeating a lot of what we already just heard. And so wanted to go to this part in this global article. So critics slam, so just a little bit more. So critics claim Skills Development Fund is circular economy of tax dollar donations. So yes, Doug Ford is all about the fraud, really. That's all they're about. Where was I starting? Oh, so in September 2025, FGF Brands was listed as one of the dozens of companies that received funding from the Skills Development Fund training system, which the company said would be used for training and retraining high-performance organizations. So basically what this is and how it's related is the provincial government has a skill fund available to give millions of dollars to corporations and blah, 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 blah. Well, those same groups that get this money from the government make awfully large donations back to that government. So in essence, they're using this skill funds money that they're getting from the province to then go back in the pockets of promoting Doug Ford. It's basically what it's doing. They're paying them to pay them back. And it seems to be a bit of a trend. So the brands was listed as one of the dozen companies that received funding from Skills Development Fund's training stream, which the company said would be used for training and retraining high-performance organization. While government records show the company received over $1 million from Ontario taxpayers, Rubicon Strategies indicated the company received another over $1 million from the Ministry of Labor, Training, Skills and Development in the previous fiscal year, which ended March 31st. The provincial funding, however, also appears to coincide with a sudden surge in donations from key members connected to FGF brands, all to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. Yeah, I'm not. Can't say I'm shocked. Nope. Elections Ontario records suggest owners of FGF brands under Sam Amirja and his sons, along with other members of family, donated twice in 2025 for a total of $32,000. The first donation was from 5 members of the family during the snap and so on. So pattern appears to repeat itself in 2022. Ontario Shipyards, formerly known as whatever, educate the government, economic, blah, blah, blah. According to lobby records, the company targeted the Premier's office and number of ministries, including finance, economic development, and labor. Shortly after, the company was awarded millions of dollars from the Ontario taxpayers from multiple government ministries, totaling almost $26 million, roughly $13.7 million, which came from the government's Skill Development Fund. In July 2023, with the then Labor Minister in tow, Premier Ford announced the company would receive over $4 million. Elections Ontario records show the company executive made multiple donations to the Ontario PCs, along with successive Minister of Labours, and so on and so forth. We get the trend. This is the most fucking corrupt government I've ever seen. The amount of shit that they're getting away with. Like, where's the RCMP in this? Where are the charges? Why is nothing happening? The corruption is just out in the fucking open. Everyone can see it. And he's just getting away with it. It really boggles my fucking mind how this is allowed to happen. How so much corruption is allowed to happen in this government. Because where the money should be spent is on things like this. You know, from the Trillium, a really good magazine to follow. Ontario, 25,000 beds short of 30,000 new long-term care bed goal. That might as well stand for fuck around and find out. So the Ford government is so far off track towards its goal of building 30,000 new long-term care beds over 10 years that it would have to build about 25,000 of them in the last year of that promise in order to meet the goal, according to analysis from the province's budget watchdog. So the FAO found that there were just under 80,000 long-term care beds, only up just over 1,000 beds since Ford government came into power in 2018. So in all that time since 2018, he made the promise of 30,000 beds, instead just over 1,000, promising an ambitious plan to build 30,000 beds over the years. So we get the point. I don't need to go into much more detail. There's graphs, but the numbers are there. The numbers are there. Things stuck in the pipeline. So long-term care beds by population, even as the province builds new long-term care homes, the number of beds per 1,000 Ontarians aged 75 and older has been falling as population growth and aging has outpaced long-term care construction, the FAO has found. And so this is historical, this is projected, still declining, and so on and so forth. And it's not just a matter of, hi, kitty. It's not just a matter of beds, it's a matter of who's getting the beds, the staff needed to look after the patients in the bed, the people in the beds, but a lot of these might also be being built in private long-term care homes because that's a thing in Canada. And just a reminder, about what privatization does to these things. This is from, back when COVID was still being taken seriously. As of November 29th, 2021, over 4,000 residents died as a result of COVID-19 alone. Others died of malnutrition, dehydration, and neglect due to lack of care as COVID-19 rampaged through their long-term care homes. Many of the COVID-19 related deaths in long-term care are associated with staff shortages, older designs of long-term care homes that do not meet modern design standards, lack of PPE, and infection control. 23 people had died of dehydration when the military was sent in to these private long-term care homes to get things under control at the beginning of COVID. Dehydration. They just needed some water. Tragically, many residents died alone. Oh, and there's also been no real accountability for that, and that's why I keep on harping on this, and this is why it just boggles my mind how Doug Ford has been allowed to get away with so fucking much, is that these people died horrific deaths. He's never been held accountable for it. Tragically, many residents died alone, and in fact, he actually gave hundreds of millions of dollars to the CEOs of these corporations. Anyway, I have lots of videos and content on that because it pisses me off. So many residents died alone. The extraordinary and horrific deaths rates in for-profit long-term care homes exposes inadequacies of care and differences between public and non-profit ownerships, for-profit ownerships. Some homes did far better, though. The fact that the death rates for residents were much higher in for-profit long-term care homes than non-profit and publicly owned long-term care homes, and you can see the breakdown. Municipally run, it was down to 1.35 per 100 beds, and in for-profits, it was up to 5.2. Now, there's a little bit more on Bill 60. Now, you might be thinking, but we already talked about Bill 60 and the renters and all that sort of stuff. The thing is that Bill 60 has more than just housing stuff, because it's the Build Better bill. Build better. It sounds so fucking American. It's the Fighting Delays in Building bill. It sounds very American. So it's not just about housing and renting. It's about other things. And so CUPE, Ontario's largest union, sounds alarm on Ford's secret plan for privatizing Peel's municipal services. Last year, Doug Ford bowed to pressure to residents, unions, and community groups in Brampton, Mississauga, Caledon, blah, blah, blah. But he left a point in transition board who are working in secret to change the way public services are delivered in Peel, possible changes in privatization of water, wastewater treatment, regional roads, and waste management. As a new conference on Thursday, Representative CUPE Ontario will outline objections to sell off Peel's municipal services and their plans on fighting it. Speakers at the news conference and so on and so forth. But here, Schedule 16, and this is in Bill 60. The schedule enacts Water and Wastewater Public Corporations Acts. The Acts confers that Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing power to designate by regulation a corporation that is incorporated under the Business Corporation Acts and Water and Wastewater Public Corporation, blah, blah, blah. The Act provides duties and powers of water wastewater corporations, including power to collect and impose fees or charges. Oh, that's what we need. We need water to cost more in this province. Ontario, by the way, means sparkling water, but, we need to be priced out of it. The minister is authorized to make regulations on various subject matters respecting water and wastewater. That's we're talking sewage here, including composition of the board of directors and so on and so forth. Frank Dominic breaks it down in this video, which is doing a better job than me just rambling through it, because at this time during my live streams, I get really tired of reading from articles. So this is Frank Dominic talking about Doug Ford is trying to privatize water and sewage in Ontario. Hamilton tried in the 90s and it was a massive failure and literally causing a water crisis in the UK right now.
Why the hell is nobody talking about the fact that Doug Ford is trying to privatize water in Ontario? And this will cause prices to absolutely skyrocket. This act will allow for governments to create public corporations to provide water and sewage services. And we know that this doesn't work because Hamilton tried it in the 90s and it was a massive failure. And it was so bad that in 2004, Hamilton had to buy back the company after drastic job cuts and there were massive raw sewage leaks for more than a decade. And this was cited as an example of the market's failure to deliver essential services. The private sector should never be responsible for essential services. But with healthcare, education, and now water in Ontario, Doug Ford doesn't care. And there's also a massive water crisis in the UK right now. Margaret Thatcher privatized water in the 1980s, and now there's £22.8 billion in debt. And that's because these companies aren't operating in the public good. They're being used to create wealth for their shareholders. It's getting so bad that the UK government is considering buying the company back and then reselling it again. And here's the icing on the cake. The largest owner of this company is the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System of Canada, 32%. So the ironic thing is that the pension fund, who is the largest owner of this failing water company, is going to see its own members lose jobs after Doug Ford does that here. And just to dispel any misinformation, just because it says public corporation does not mean Crown Corporation. A public corporation in Canada is defined as a company that can have its shares bought or sold on a stock market or otherwise. All this is going to do is increase water prices, increase the amount of raw sewage being dumped into our ecosystem, and cut jobs for Ontario public sector workers. Doug Ford doesn't care about you, your family, or access to this water. Hit the like and follow buttons if you want to see me keep Doug Ford accountable.
Hello, sweetie. We just got 2 more tabs in this docket. Okay. And so just a reminder that Doug Ford said this once, that he wants to be premier forever. You know, he wasn't joking. The only silver lining on this would be that he doesn't become prime minister.
Follow-up, will this be your last provincial election?
Boy, you're asking a question, man. I want to be premier forever. You know, I want to beat out Hazel McCallion with a number of years. God bless Hazel. And she's looking down on us, and I can tell you Hazel McCallion is cheering for us.
Follow-up.
Yeah, so he's outright said that he wants to be premier forever. And for those who aren't aware of Canadian Ontario Mississauga lore, Hazel McCallion was the 5th mayor of Mississauga. She was mayor for 36 years until her retirement, making her one of the longest serving mayors in the city's history. So, yeah, she was nicknamed Hurricane Hazel for her outspoken political style with reference to the hurricane of 1954, which had a considerable impact. So, yeah. That's the lore of Hazel McCallion, for those who did not know. When did she was quite old when she stopped being mayor, if I believe correctly. Let's see. It should say on the little snippets here, 5th mayor, November 14th, something like that, yeah. It doesn't say how old she was in office. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Close those tabs. So now the only docket I have left is one that I'm nicknamed, well, shit. And we'll get to that in just a moment. There we go. We got a Lanier. Let's check the SandBox. Where were we? You guys weren't talking that much, were you? Okay, I remember seeing that. Let's scroll down a bit. Comments about alternative fact and fake laws. I tried turning up the volume as far as I could. Bad Lefty, 32,000 for 2.5 million. Wow, great return on investment. Yep. So fucking corrupt here. Just so corrupt. Bad Left, or Big Cat saying, I know, Sandy, it's infuriating how complicit people are with corruption. Meanwhile, displaced hurricane victims remain displaced and will now be hungry. Yeah. Not to mention that a typhoon wiped out a couple communities in Alaska that nobody's talking about. And we'll get into some natural disaster human enhanced disasters in just a moment. Talking about the names of the bills. Okay, I'm just kind of going through that quickly. 70-something left of the box. Probably around then. She was quite old when Hazel left office. And yes, he does want to be like King Trump. And yes, she was not conservative. She was an independent Grand Theft Autobot. I think she had conservative leanings. Okay. I might need to get in there a drink. Been at this for a while. It's only been 4 hours. We still got one more docket to go through, though. And there's quite a bit in it. And this is my, well, shit docket. Well, I guess there's not a ton in it. There's some short things. Anyway, it's just, these were some things that I'm like, I don't really have like a story on it. There's not necessarily a strong narrative, but it still just made me want to be like, I'm going to share this pain with everyone. If I had to see these, so did you. And there is some, like, there is commentary on what we're about to see and whatnot. But, just some really shitty things that are happening in the world when it comes to shit human beings and whatnot. And just felt it important to talk about it, I suppose. But I really want those cookies now that I thought of it. Because I buy them and then I forget that I have them. And then I'm like, oh, right, I have cookies. But they're too crunchy. And I don't want to eat on camera. Though I do think I want to go grab Frodo. And while I'm grabbing Frodo, I'm going to get myself another drink. So just 1 second, I'll be right back. He was sleeping on the bed. I just went and got him. This is my baby. My 18-year-old. But, you can see here, that's the growth on his neck that I'm super concerned about. I just wanted to show you off to the camera, sweetie. So I'm hoping I can find out, hopefully tomorrow from the vet, if he's healthy enough for surgery so that that growth can be taken off his neck. Do you want me to put you back? Do you want me to put you back? He was so sleepy, but yeah. Not there. I love you so much, Frodo. I think he's finally realizing that I'm not trying to put him into a pet taxi and he's starting to purr. But he loves kisses and cuddles too. And I love that so much because I just want to smooch him. Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I'll go put you back on the bed. I'm going to put you back on the bed. Let's get my drink out here. Okay, so I said I wasn't going to get any cookies, but I absolutely got the cookies. So as we're going through things, hopefully there's enough videos here that I can not chew on camera. Have a good night, Andrew. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about you pond jumpers is that it's pretty late over there for you when I do late live streams here. But I appreciate you coming out. Okay. Darn it, I don't know how I'm supposed to crunch on these cookies while I'm still talking. I'll figure it out. Figure it out. So, I was just talking about like human-enhanced natural disasters. And I have spoken about this particular subject time and time again because I'm somebody who lives with poverty and disabilities. And so I tend to see things a bit differently. And when it comes to things like natural disasters, people with disabilities, people with the least, suffer the most. And like if you can't run in a forest fire, if there's a flash flood, like all those sorts of things, if you're visually impaired and you can't get out, like there's so many things, like seniors and stuff, they tend not to escape. But also people who live with poverty tend to get the worst places to live that aren't built to withstand these things. And this isn't the first time this has happened, but every time it happens, it's so fucking tragic and preventable if there was proper infrastructure to prevent this. So a rainstorm in New York City has led to flooding, thus killing 2 people, shutting down roadways and causing airport delays. A scuba team recovered the body of a 39-year-old man after firefighters received a call about a person trapped in a flooded basement in Brooklyn. Most likely their apartment. Manhattan, a 43-year-old man who was pronounced dead at the scene after witnesses said he lost consciousness and became unresponsive inside a flooded basement boiler room. Just horrifying. So billionaires threaten to leave New York City if Mandami wins, and they sit comfortably in their 200 million penthouses on the 100th floor while working class New Yorkers drown in their basements from a rainstorm. 2 men died yesterday after being found in flooded basements, one in Brooklyn, the other in Manhattan, during a record-breaking storm in New York City. Central Park saw its highest recorded rainfall in over a century. And so, yes, these are, you know, climate change exacerbates all of this. The infrastructure isn't there to help out. And the thing is that some people might think that we've moved away from royalty and the idea of castles and, you know, these golden gates and all that sort of stuff. You know, those are a thing of the past, but really, we do have those castles these days. They're just the penthouses. They're the resorts, the Mar-a-Lagos. We don't have the fancy architecture of castles, but we do have these royal, gold-laden penthouses that will keep these rich fucks safe and away from the masses. They have their resorts, they have their islands. So there's not the need for castles, but they still exist. And they live in their, you know, gold-encrusted castles, living their lives of luxury, while this is going on to the average person. And it's only going to get worse as the class discrepancy, the poverty discrepancy gets worse, because the rich people can only continue getting richer by making sure everyone else gets poorer. And so while this is going on, well, there's a country's worth of people in the United States being denied SNAP benefits because, again, just to put into scale of scope, because it's hard to think of these numbers, 42 million people in the States being taken off SNAP benefits for their food. Canada's population is 40 million. More than a country's worth of people being taken off SNAP benefits, people drowning in their basements. Meanwhile, Trump holding a Great Gatsby Roaring 20s themed party at his private club in Palm Beach tonight as he tries to withhold SNAP and health care subsidies from millions of Americans. Better not be music. Better not be music. Sort of music, but not really. There he is in his castle, bathing in his luxury and his wealth, while so many people that he could be helping are suffering. Oh, and the other person had just posted, "This smug thug doesn't give a shit about you or me or our country, as hardworking Americans are struggling to make ends meet, keep a roof over our head and the food on the table with escalating prices and government shutdowns, cutting SNAP to 42 million Americans. Trump is seen partying, living high off the hog at the taxpayers' expense." And then Brian also points out, women dancing for Trump at Mar-a-Lago Club. TSA workers haven't received a check in over 30 days, and people can't buy groceries or afford health insurance. And I'm not going to play it audio because most likely there's music on here that would get me in trouble. But yeah, this is what Trump is doing. He's just living his best life while people are suffering. Video of an entertainer dancing in a giant glass at Mar-a-Lago. Some mega accounts falsely claimed this didn't actually happen, and they were once again wrong. This Great Gatsby style party. So they're just enjoying it while people are suffering and starving in the States now. And, you know, I think a lot of MAGA people were trying to say, no, this isn't real, this isn't happening, because this optics really kind of puts into place what Trump thinks of you. You know, this is almost the same if, I don't know, maybe having like a music concert outside an open air prison of people who are regularly underfed, don't have access to health care, live in poverty, have their power shut off every day for hours at a time. Yeah. They're celebrating on the borders of people who are just absolutely suffering right now, and it's only going to get worse. And it's the worst people in the United States that seem to have the most influence, and it's so disturbing. Just this idea that decent people are bad, bad people are decent, this complete turnaround of, I'm trying to think of the right words here for the next image we're about to see. I'm trying to think of like how absolutely dysfunctional, I don't know. It is mind-boggling how this statement is said. It's not mind-boggling by who said it, but it's still just the thought process of saying this, just the inhumanity. It blows my fucking mind. Tim Pool saying, Miss Rachel is a demon who harms children. Keep your kids away from this shit. What was Miss Rachel doing? The children entertainer? She says people who say they are Christian and want to cut SNAP, Jesus said to feed the hungry. Imagine slashing SNAP, the program that helps children in the U.S. not go hungry while sending billions in weapons to another country to kill children. She's a demon for saying kids should be fed. How? And the thing is that if he gets enough negative pushback, you know what he's going to do? I was joking. Can't take a joke. It was a joke, obviously. Obs. I don't see the /s there to indicate sarcasm. Like, just how absolutely... Oh, I almost had the word in my head. Like psychopathic. Oh no, that's not the word. Like there was it applies, but there was another word that I had in my head that kind of fit what I was feeling. Like just how absolutely abhorrent you have to be to say something like this. But people like Tim, people like Candace, they're the ones that are starting to really, they get millions of views for saying some of the dumbest things and spreading lies. And you know what? This is why I'm not a free speech absolutist, because I don't think Candace should be allowed to use her platforms to be spreading these blatant lies that put people in danger. I'm not a free speech absolutist because of people like her saying shit like this.
That pedophiles are in power. Yes. They are literally in power. And that is intentional because then they can be controlled while they are in power. And they are also exhibiting signs of a psychopathology that lets them know that they will do harm to the masses and feel nothing because they were themselves, many of them, raped when they were children. Yep. It is not a coincidence that Justin Trudeau is gay. Obama, gay. Zelensky, gay.
Okay, none of them gay. Also, is the implication she's making here that PDF files are gay? Is that the connection that No, she's absolutely making that connection. That PDF files are gay and there are leaders and putting everyone in trouble. And Justin Trudeau, I wouldn't necessarily think he's straight, but he's not gay.
Macron, gay and married to a trans man who...
She is literally being sued for defamation with that one. Literally, at this moment. And she's still out there spreading it to millions of people. Because as Republicans Against Trump says, Candace Owens talking about that, how the hell does this vile POS have one of the top podcasts in the country? So many impressionable people are listening to her.
Molested him when he was a child. And that despite the overwhelming evidence. Like, for me, the litmus test now is like Brigitte Macron. I'm like, if you want to.
And then they just get more into the conspiracy theory that is absolute horseshit. And the thing is that she still doesn't get it. She's a black woman. She's never going to be part of the in group when it comes to these ultra right wingers. They'll never accept her. They'll never have her in. And earlier in the year, she had a bit of a tiff with another right winger who's gaining more and more prominence, Nick Fuentes. And again, it just, what the fuck are they doing? Because they got in an argument. Candace Owens saying, I am honestly in awe at how much Nick Fuentes had publicly lied about me since he left my house, because they had a sit-down interview chat with each other. But rather than cry about it, as he most definitely would, I have instead invited him back for an actual debate where he can bring his alleged receipts. To avoid his inevitable victim act, I have asked somebody to moderate it, blah, blah, blah. Nick can't put on his favor. I was attacked because I'm just so real and they're going to kill me skit. Too many theater boys in politics. Wonder what the implication is there. Referring to him as a theater boy. This will be fun because I think it'll be relevant, blah, 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 blah. Looking forward to this. And the thing is that they got in this argument, but their racism holds no bounds because she's a horrid, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic bigot. And they still find ways of uniting. Like, I have to go to main shot briefly as I go to this. So she actually goes to bat for Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, who are being attacked by Zionists. You see, the thing is that I don't like Zionists and what Israel, the state, is doing because they're doing a genocide. They don't like it because they're anti-Semitic. There's a difference. Yet there's certain people in the center and who still claim to be of the left that are trying to kiss her ass. After what we just saw, they're still trying to get into her good graces. They're trying to get into Tucker's good graces. I don't think Nick Fuentes has been on TYT yet. And in my video essay, Jank actually says that he draws the line at someone like Nick. I wonder if I'm going to have to do one of those videos of this is what he said then and this is what he's saying now, because it wouldn't surprise me if Nick Fuentes shows up on TYT in the next few months.
So happy. All right, jumping into this rather hilarious story, irrespective of whether or not you personally support the nation of Israel or not, I most certainly do not. You've got to admit that the public representatives of Israel, the Zionists that have platforms, are insane. I'm talking clinically insane, need to be shipped off to rehab for a couple of weeks, Malibu, maybe get you to.
And it's been talked about plenty of times now how it is absolutely, I don't know, like again, I'm trying to find the right words. How pathetic the Democrats are. How, there's a word. When they don't do their jobs, how malpractice it is of them to not be ahead on this issue. To allow bigots like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, to when people like Jank and Anna will give them praise for being on the right side of this issue. But again, they're not on the right side of the issue because they're against the genocide. They're fine with the genocide. They're against it because they're anti-Semitic. But the fact that they're allowed to be propped up because the Democrats are so fucking pathetic is, there's a word for it. It's just, I think it begins with a malherence. No, that's not even a word. It's not malpractice, but it's something along those lines. I'm sure you guys are smart enough to figure out what I'm trying to say.
Like next to the sea or something. And they have come undone. They've never actually really been done on the topic of Tucker Carlson or myself, but this is exceptional. The backstory here is that Tucker Carlson, in case you missed it, hosted Nick Fuentes on his show.
And to be clear, I've hosted Nick Fuentes on my show. I don't like Nick Fuentes, and truly not because of anything he said in the past, but because how he treated me and my team and how he lied on me after it. So I actually am judging him based on my experience with him. Okay. I don't really believe in cancel culture, and it was why I platformed him in the first place. He said something when he was 18 and went through the gamut that I went through.
He said something bad when he was 18, did he? I think he said some bad things since then, and yeah.
Tucker's going through right now. You know, I'm a 36-year-old adult, and I'm equipped to handle that. Not so fair for an 18-year-old kid to go through that.
I'm sorry. But is this guy 18? Right now? Misogynic Christian fascist Nick Fuentes says, you're about to hear it. Is he 18 right now? He can say this horrid shit, and Candace will still support him because the Zionists are going after him. And well, he was just an innocent kid saying some shit. I don't think he's 18 here.
I'm not surprised why women don't support me. Women are irrational and sensitive. It's just like...
I think the word is malfeasance. Thank you.
My whole life. Because I was always like the class clown. I was always like bullying women. And women have always been like simultaneously charmed, but also like, oh, stop it. Oh, you're so annoying. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
So quite often there is a society. Cookie crumb. There is a societal issue of women and girls in particular being conditioned to not being I'm losing a lot of words. When you stand up for yourself, there's a word for not being, somebody need it, for not being I'm still waiting for somebody to say the word that's in my head. When you speak up for yourself, stand up for yourself, there's a certain word that I'm thinking. Stupid time delay. Somebody think of it while I try to get rid of this crumb in my throat. Assertive, that's it. Thank you, Bad Lefty. Girls in particular are trained not to be assertive. That somehow if you're assertive, you're a bitch. And so a lot of them tend to be a lot more cautious in their speak. Also, a lot of girls are afraid of what guys will do if they are too assertive, because there's been plenty of girls and women out there who have been assertive and then have been horrifically abused, treated, and even murdered by men. And so they tend to be a little bit more reluctant to flat out say, you're a fucking creep and get the hell away from me.
That's how women are with like my personality type, where you're like a
yeah, his personality type where it's like, you're a fucking creep. And there are not hordes of women attracted to this fucking douche. There's no.
Personality type where you're like a rascal, you're like a bastard.
Oh yeah, he's just a little rascal.
And they're kind of like, because I'm like a rule breaker and stuff. And so women simultaneously are intrigued by that, but they also have to pretend like they're not, because women, it's sort of like how a lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But
you think?
There's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Candace is defending this guy. I don't think he's 18 here. Because this is from
I'm not surprised.
March 20, 2023. It was over a year ago. this clip. Before he even went on her show. What a fucking piece of garbage. And also, he's the one that coined the phrase, your body, my choice. This guy, in my opinion, is a fucking rapist. Absolute trash. And the way that they're... And it's like Tim Pool, Candace Owens, Nick have millions upon millions of people supporting their content, watching them. They're getting paid millions of dollars. And they're all buddies with the people who go to these types of events. Can't say I'm shocked. Really, I can't say I'm shocked. And if you didn't think Donald Trump was unhinged enough, remember when Hillary Clinton said, do you want him to be in control of the nuclear codes? Breaking, Trump just gave an unhinged rationale for why he suddenly wants to resume nuclear testing for the first time since 1992. They seem to all be nuclear testing. We have more nuclear weapons than anyone. Yeah, he is unfit. He needs to be removed now. Before he's like wanting to play a game and be like, oh, so what does this button do?
Nuclear testing, what about resuming nuclear testing? What prompted you to do that right before the meeting?
It had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing.
Russia?
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. You know, we've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Any details around the testing, sir? Like where, when?
It'll be announced. You know, we have test sites. It'll be announced.
Did Israel give you a nuclear testing? What?
I need to time this a bit better. Yeah. Yeah. No. Nobody's testing nuclear weapons right now. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. I am severely worried he will actually use a nuclear bomb on a civilian population. Unless there's people in the government willing to prevent that from happening. You know, there was probably a time when you think, nah. But let's just say, he's been eager to use one. He wanted to nuke a hurricane after all. I think he wants to because he can. And he's the king. You know, he has everything. You know, he has women dancing for him in fancy outfits and glasses. And he lives in his golden castle and stuff. I think he wants to just because he can. That's it. Nothing to fix, just because he can. He wants to show that he can, and I'm terribly worried about that right now. But in the well shit, there's the well shit category. So, or no shit category. J.K. Rowling is now damage control after Kate Harris seemingly admitted in court that the LGBT Alliance was set up as an anti-trans group with no connection to lesbian, gay, or bi people. Shocking. You don't say. You don't say. So many other... there was one, I think, in Florida, a group like this too, where it turns out... Or was it that they were against gay people, but then they were having lesbian affairs or something like this? No shit. No shit. Really? Of course. No, of course not. It was just made as a hate group. And by damage control, I mean she is insisting it is a lie without any evidence. So, LGB with the T says, trustee of the hate group LGB Alliance, Kate Harris, confirms in the court that she is an organization was created to be anti-trans. J.K. Rowling, this is a lie that's proven to be a lie in the tweet, and they offer as proof of the lie You see, the funny thing about the UK that I've been aware of is that if they are lying, that group could sue the shit out of them. They're very liabous like that in the UK. J.K. Rowling is, does that a lot, threatens to sue people for saying anything mean about her. So if the trustee, if the LGB with the T is lying about this, then the LGB Alliance could sue the shit out of them. So, more of that tweet. So it was created to be an anti-trans lobbying group, not to represent lesbian, gay, or bi people. So, and then just it has been sworn. It's like, yeah, no shit, no shit. And then also more control of the media from right-wingers and conservatives crying and bitching, that the world is unfair to them. Rachel Gilmore just pointing out, beyond how disgusting it is to leverage your entire audience at a young female journalist. This whole post is just pure bullshit. He's calling for more objectivity and demanding the author write what he wants to hear. You're not calling for neutrality. You're calling for your bias and throwing a journalist to the wolves while you do it. And so here's Jason Kennedy. He's like a former conservative premier of Alberta, blah, blah, blah. But basically, he has like quite a large following. This story is an object lesson for why trust in legacy media has plummeted and alt-right media audiences have grown. Hey, get away from there. So basically, let's see. Oh, what was the synopsis of this? A left-wing academic and a left-wing activist. This is about Section 33 and threat to democracy. And some people were being interviewed about it, people who actually would know what they're talking about. And he was outraged by that and saying a more accurate headline would be 4 people on the left angry about the use of the notwithstanding clause, which is the opposite of the news. It's ultimate dog bites man non-story. Like, doesn't she have an editor? Can't they make this into a framing that I want? So why does she not mention for the first 33 years charter error? Why doesn't she quote expert pointing out that Ellen Blansky, blah, blah, blah. Basically, yeah, she didn't write the article the way that I wanted. So I'm going to put her on blast. These conservatives have a really, bad habit of doing this sort of thing to female journalists in particular. Anyway, that is that for that. I'm done. I'm closing all those tabs. Okay, let's check what people are saying in the SandBox. And it hasn't even been 5 hours yet. Oh. Boku, that's gross water. Yeah. Whenever you're in a flooded area, do not go in the water. It's contaminated. There'd be sewage in it, chemicals from whatever is around, bacteria, diseases, everything. Also, I've mentioned this before, but it's always a good PSA to put out there. And this even goes for like when you see a puddle on the side of the road, don't drive over it if you can avoid it. Because you don't know if there's a pothole under there that would wreck your car. And if it's a bigger puddle that you can't see to the bottom of, it could be a freaking sinkhole. So don't drive through them. If you have to walk through this water, get a walking stick and use it in front of you like this as you're going to make sure that there's ground in front of you and that, let's say, a manhole cover hasn't been blown off and you're about to drop into it underwater, because that's nightmare fuel there. So even if it's just this deep if you can't see to the bottom, don't walk through it. Plain and simple, don't walk through it. If it just looks like it's this deep, don't drive through it if you can avoid it, because you don't know if there's massive pothole there or even a sinkhole that could swallow the car. And then you see a lot of people who miscalculate it, and they don't realize how deep the water is, and they go under bridges a lot of the times, and it's actually far, like it's to the roof of the car deep. So just don't. You know, stay in higher ground, and stay there till it recedes fully if you can. Only travel as a necessity and be super cautious. Let's see. BCAT, yep, obscene wealth is contingent on obscene destruction. Yeah, I saw, maybe I should have kept it. I saw a post about a cake that was made for Katy Perry or something, and the woman was saying that her mom spent hours making this cake for Katy Perry, and she was so excited. Why would she do this? Because Katy Perry took the cake and just threw it at someone, missing them completely, and it smashing onto the floor. And somebody made a TikTok about that. Did I save it under maybe Blue Sky? Did I see it in Blue Sky and saved it there maybe? Because it's worth a watch. Just saying that now the way that the wealthy are going to show their wealth is by being, what's the word? Being, when you, very wasteful, but that's not the word I'm looking for, with food. Like just doing extravagant things with it, having it as like decoration, because there was like oranges, sliced oranges in mixed with a bouquet of flowers and stuff like that, like food that would just go to waste. And it's another sign of like, this is how they're showing off their wealth, is by doing these things. And I guess I didn't bookmark it, but it was a really interesting TikTok. Darn it. Should have bookmarked it. So how, you know, how the wealthy likes to be like, oh, I used this, but then I wasted all of this, because it's the abundance that they have, and to show that they're of the wealthy, that they have this abundance, that they're free to just, you know, dispose of it. It's like showing off their wealth. There's phrases for it, but darn it, I wish I had saved that. It was really interesting. Just, all right, I liked all of those, so then it'd be at the bottom of this. Just checking my other Left of the Box account on Twitter to see if I saved it there. No, don't. Scroll down a bit more. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so I found the first tweet. So somebody's saying, here, I'll put this on. So my mom was the one that baked this cake. She was so excited about the opportunity to make this cake for Katy Perry and spent so long on it. I'm genuinely confused and upset why she would do this. Just waste it like that. And it's probably a TikTok in the replies about it that I saw it. Let's see. As it takes forever to load up. They're never in a logical order these days. I hope it's in here. It was an interesting TikTok. Here, I'll take it off screen while I continue to scroll and talk about, like, yeah, they're wasting for the sake of showing off their wealth. Like, it means nothing to them. It's like, you know, getting that 10th yacht or something. It's just a way of displaying their wealth for everyone. And it doesn't, you know, they don't care about, you know, what the signals, what it means. It's just their way of showing off what they have. Sorry about that. I wish I had saved that post. It was interesting. If somebody else by chance knows what I'm talking about, let me know. What if I go back one? Let's see. Everyone just talking about the initial video. But yeah, just showing this, you know, they're able to waste all this food that people, you know, basically could use to live, you know. It's, you know, it'd be like water fountains in a drought, you know. Las Vegas does that a lot. I'm really annoyed I didn't save that one TikTok that I saw about this. What if I go back up to the top? Rich. Sorry about that. I think it was in the replies, but the replies don't make sense. So. Because the thing about doing this on a desktop too is you can't see the quote tweets. You don't have that option of just seeing that. Anyway, I'm like totally losing track of what I'm doing because I'm... let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. As I'm super frustrated that I can't find this one random TikTok from somebody making a really good point that I pretty much summed up anyway. Like, that's the thing about my memory and why it's so frustrating for me doing research sometimes. It's like, I know I saw this thing once, but where did I see it and what words could I use to search for it? I'm actually quite surprised I found the initial tweet that I was thinking of. Okay, so a billy goat in the hills instead of the mountain, says Boku. Also saying Epstein party? Yeah, pretty much. B-Cat, yep, he's disgusting, wealth hoarding, psychopathic glutton. Yeah, glutton, that's the word that I'm kind of looking for. They're very gluttonous about these things that they have access to that a lot of people don't. Like the idea of like how overpriced oranges are and we're just going to add them to this bouquet and they're just going to rot. Like, they're not being used for food. They're not going to be eaten. They're just there to rot. And it's just a display of their wealth. It's like, you know, very fancy cufflinks or something stupid like that. Ethan is agreeable. They look so detached from reality. Yeah. B-Cat, it's because we've glorified the capitalism cognitive dissonance that's created with a large swath of plebs who will defend this. Yeah. Talk about Candace Owens. Yeah, I think she also tried to defend the Tate brothers and stuff. Soul Life, next time Jenk is away, Anna will bring on Nick and glaze him by 90%. It wouldn't surprise me if he's on there, or at least Anna is on his show sometime in the not too distant future. People say malfeasance. I think that was the word I was looking for. B-Cat. No, he's simultaneously 45 and 15. Yeah, he does have a weird look about him. Let's see. The Wild West. This is some Ayn Rand fountainhead philosophy. Yeah. I'm sure somebody could Google to find out how old Nick is. I really don't care. Oh, somebody's saying he's 27. Yeah. But he still has like this, the maturity of somebody who is like 12. You know, there's what's the word? When you're not aged properly, there's a word. It's getting late, isn't it? I think that it was the name of a sitcom. I almost had it. Oh, it's so weird when you can kind of see it flash through. Arrested Development, that's it. There's some massive Arrested Development going on with Nick. And I've pretty much scrolled to the bottom of this thing and I still can't find that TikTok, and I'm super pissed that I can't find that TikTok. What if I do TikTok in there? TikTok, T-I-K-T-O. No, it's just everyone showing the initial video that you guys just saw. Well, if I remember it, if I see it again, I'll let y'all know. Wealthy waste food, maybe? But it's like a trend. Maybe if I put trend in there, I don't know. I don't know. It's bugging me. I'm sure you guys can tell. Anyway, so if you really don't want to cut yourself in that water, that's for sure. Bad Lefty, a gross thing to do in front of a baker, cake maker, but if she paid for it, it's hers to do with whatever she wants. It is. But it is, again, just like if you have a fan do something for you like that, it'd be heartbreaking. Like, that's the thing. It'd just be heartbreaking. And not to mention, like, there's a lot of people that could really like that cake and really use it. Ethan is agreeable. I swear if this reality turns into the Hunger Games, I'm going to be so angry. Yeah. There's been lots of comments about that. Hello, Christy. And yes, Bad Lefty, you got arrested at development. Probably around the same time I did. Christy, anyone want to place a friendly bet on how long the U.S. government stays closed? You can always go to the poly market. They'd be betting on that for sure. Oh, yeah. I hate how these things bug me. Oops. Trend. But this is an interesting for anyone to watch me as I try scrolling through this. Christy, you don't know what the poly market is? So it was illegal in the United States for quite some time because it's a gambling website. And basically you could gamble on anything like, you know, who's going to win the debate, who's going to drop out of a presidential race first, who's going, like, all these really stupid things. What color will the jacket be on Donald Trump when he gets to the stage? Like, all these really, really stupid things. And they became a sponsor of TYT. And so that studio that the fans bought of TYT was changed to be the Poly Market Studio because the Poly Market bought them, even though that site was illegal in the United States. And then they were promoting it, saying, oh, this is a good way to guess where the government's going to go. You don't need polls. You just need to go onto the poly market. And the way that the poly market could actually manipulate things. And then they put something on there about Sam and Emma taking money from the Harris campaign, and poly market bet on that. Like, it was just, it's ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Yeah, crypto gambling site, Bad Lefty. I think I finally found it. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? We'll find out. We'll find out. Is this? It's a freaking image, but I think this is it. No, give me the link. Bastard. How do I find this? How dare you do this? Food as a symbol, a status symbol. Okay, yeah, that's it. It's food as a status symbol. Did I spell symbol wrong? Oh, actually, I gotta be careful scrolling through Twitter, because you never know when you might get an image that is TOS on thing. Okay, let me do it this way over here. Find content, looking up this. There we go. CFESTERYGA. Where's the volume on this? There we go.
Positioned as a luxury category. As food becomes more expensive, it is basically being positioned as a luxury category because it is becoming very expensive to afford it. So what screams wealth and excess wealth more than having an excess of food that you are not going to even eat, that is particularly off season, and it is now just tablescape for your parties? At least that's what I predicted was going to happen in 2024. And in our first month, the Kardashians are out saying, yes, we agree. Kim posted this. She was at a dinner party. Looks amazing, but no one was eating. It's there just to show an abundance, quite literally, and not to be outdone. But Khloe Kardashian actually posted this in like this 3rd or 4th day of January. And this is a bouquet of flowers that she either received or ordered. And they literally have oranges in it, cut up oranges. And so this is obviously not being eaten in any way, shape, or form. It is a bouquet that is sitting out on a table for show, and it is now in.
There is such a thing as edible arrangements that are more useful, but this, yeah, there's no intention of actually eating the oranges in something like this.
Including food that is going to go bad in a couple days, cut up like this, is not being consumed.
The Wild West, no, they won't be plastic grapes because the whole point is showing the abundance and the excess and stuff. So it will be actual food that they're just wasting.
And is simply for people to look at and see. And oranges were actually one of the largest food shortages last year in America. So like, not only is this just saying like, we have so much abundance, we have so much, excess wealth that we are just having food out for show and have no plans to eat it to show you that we can. But we're also going to use the most shortaged, the most marked up category of food that there is for this example. So this is something that I already got right for 2024 food predictions. If anybody else sees anything like this or this out in the wild, please let me know because I want to see them all. Because I just think it's so interesting where we're at in society right now that this is what we're doing when most people can't afford food.
Well, you got the Katy Perry throwing the cake like that for no reason whatsoever. Okay. With that out of the way, I'm sure it was worth it. But it does feel like that these days. Christy, it's coming apart at the freaking seams here in real time. TikTok on people's reaction to not having food stamps. It's going to get interesting. Mike Figueiredo made a video about that recently. That was really good. So I recommend people go check it out. Christy, we have zero frame of reference for luxuries these people experience. They don't even open doors when they go to places. They don't press elevator buttons. Everyone serves them. The Wild West, to be fair, we used to turn clementines into Christmas decor and a bunch of cloves, and they smell amazing. Well, they're serving a little bit more of a purpose then, and used to. Because when I was a kid, we would do the same thing with apples and stuff. But in today's day and age, wasting food like that, it feels like it should be a crime. So Life, Chrissy said, I don't know if it's true, but I heard Walmart food theft is through the roof right now, and one was evacuated after it was mobbed by people that ran off with food. Yeah, I was saying yesterday during my call-in show for my 5-year anniversary that it wouldn't surprise me if there's soon to be like flash mobs arranged to go and rob a grocery store. Because if they do it in a flash mob style, then any one person is less likely to be captured. They get you know, they're overwhelmed and stuff, but it's such a risk of disaster. Lefty grapes are S tier fruits. I like red. I like peeling them. Or big crispy green ones are nice. But it's the seeds in them that always drive me crazy. And I like them better without the peel, so I will peel them. Wild West back in the day, you could get a whole box of clementines for cheap. Yeah. I remember that. And they were so yummy. Some for the stockings and some for the decorations. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so coming up this week with me. Tomorrow I'm, you know, barring any tech issues and whatnot, I'm going to be recording an interview with one of the NDP leadership candidates. So this is an actual candidate. It's not Eves Angler again. So one of the candidates I will be having an interview with tomorrow, and then hopefully I'll get that video out in the next couple days after that. On this space, on Wednesday, I actually already have planned what I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to be responding to a Kyle Klinsky, I can't speak anymore, a Kyle video, where he's talking about how he doesn't understand how people can basically form emotions for chat GPT and AI and stuff of that sort. And I have some interesting takes on that. So that will probably easily fill up the hour that I have on this space. My next regular news live stream, I'm working on some drawings. Again, if you haven't tuned in the past week, I recently had to ask for some help with a car bill. My car needs over $1,000, and by over $1,000, I mean like $1,300 in repairs. Both the front and back brake pads are out. The back ones had to be replaced before I could even take the car because they were so damaged, but the front ones need to be replaced basically when I go to get my winter tires put on. And then Frodo's vet bills, because for those who saw him earlier in the stream, I brought him out. You can see that there's a mass on his neck, and he had to get some blood work done to see if he's healthy enough to undergo the surgery to remove it. It would be a very simple surgery because it really is just on the skin. Like you can pull the skin up and feel underneath it. It's not like rooted down or anything. So it'd be like a super simple surgery, but since he's 18 with kidney issues, sedating him is very difficult, or very dangerous. And then I also had some annual expenses that come up this time of year. So needless to say, I was hurting for, I was just slammed all of a sudden with these bills. And so I put out a call for help, and something that I did with this, because I want to try to give back, do what you can when you can. And so for every $300 raised towards these bills, I will do a portrait for somebody living with poverty at cost. And what at cost means, it's the cost of getting the image scanned, a print for my records, and shipping. And I got an outpouring of support from people I didn't think cared. And it blew my mind. It really did. And I can say that there are now 6 portraits available for people living with poverty. I still don't know the extent of the expenses going into the next couple weeks, because if Frodo needs surgery, that's going to be an added expense. If by the time I take my car in, there's more things that need to be repaired because my car is fucking old, that would be more expenses. So So it's not the end of it, but pretty much the initial has been covered off, and I can't thank you guys enough. So if you are living with poverty, or you're just somebody who would never be able to afford one of my portraits, email sandylovis@gmail.com. Nobody has reached out yet, so they're still all available, but just one per person. And don't be shy, don't be proud. Just, this is your opportunity. And you can email me to find out roughly how much it would cost, to see if that is in your budget, and we can maybe figure things out from there. So shipping, keep in mind if you're in the United States or across the pond, shipping's going to be a lot more. But even then, the things I've shipped across the border, we're talking like $15, $20. It's not like it's this outrageous price, because, they're super light. But yeah, now is the time to do that. And yeah, just take the opportunity. So once I get this current drawing done, I donated a portrait to a fundraiser for Amnesty International, and this is the portrait that I'm working on. There's still about 4 hours worth of work needed on that. And that's the type of portrait that you'd be getting of a pet or a person. Yeah, so get that done, and then I'll get back to the TYT video, because I desperately need to get it done. So it's just so off my plate. I need to get it done. I was getting some good work done on it, and then the Charlie Kirk thing happened. Yeah, but the thing that people could really help me out with now is, I don't like being put in binds like this, where I need to reach out and ask people for help financially. So what I really need is for my channel to pick up a little bit more traction, because I don't need much of a monthly income to be rich. I live really cheap. I don't have many expenses. If I was making $2,000 to $2,500 a month, I could easily pay down all my bills and start saving, so that when I need to get like a new laptop and stuff, I'd be able to afford it on my own without having to ask for from people. So we need to do some sort of, I don't know how, if you have any suggestions, try helping me figure out how we can boost my channel to get more people viewing and watching and stuff, so that I can get, just more memberships and more money from ads and whatnot, like YouTube and whatnot. Because it doesn't take much for me to make ends meet, and then some. And yeah. And then my stress would go down, and I'd be able to do more videos. So it works out for everyone. I'm still waiting to get on somebody else's show that is larger than mine. I don't know who that will be. I don't even know if there's an appropriate way to ask to go on someone else's show. Like, I don't have issues asking people to come on my show, but is it weird to be like, so can I come on yours? Because it'd be nice to be exposed to larger audiences and help me out. I've been getting great support from the UK with a bunch of their channels, which I super appreciate. Let's see. Yes, I will be on with Looney Tunes on Friday afternoon. Providing you actually send me that email with the instructions on how to join your live stream. And yeah. It is a very cute puppy. Well, it's not a puppy, it's actually an adult dog, but I know you're not British, Bad Lefty. Let's just say if somebody mentions they have an Irish accent, I tend to remember that sort of thing. Well, you didn't say you had an Irish accent, but I'm just assuming you do. Yes, I also have the wish list below and stuff. Yeah, BCAT doesn't know the etiquette either. Okay. You already emailed me? Was it like later today that you did that? Because earlier in the day when I checked, I had no new emails. Let's see. Oh, okay, there it is. Got it. Anyway, I think I'm toast. I'm toast. I need to go. It's been over 5 hours. It's a good thing I started a half hour early. And I have things on the go tomorrow and whatnot. So, am I forgetting anything? Well, thank you everyone to coming out. Thanks the mod. Thanks to the pawn jumpers. Super appreciate all your support. I really would not be here without you. Go check out my Friday Halloween live stream. You get to see me as a vampire. Yesterday I did my first call-in show where, you know, a lot of people were saying some really nice things to me that I'm still processing. Yeah, so sign off. This is, yep. And if you can, please buy the book. But again, nobody send money my way if you need it. Like really, it's only if you have extra cash. Don't, if you need the $10 for yourself, you use it for yourself. You know, take care of yourself first. It's the whole oxygen mask on an airplane type thing. But yeah, buy my book. Can't wait to get back into that. Everything is linked below. You all know that. I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. And you got to see all 3 kitty cats tonight. So there's that. Anyway, I'm tired. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.